3, 2, 1. Welcome, everyone. Oh, are we on? We're up. So welcome to our Future of Storytelling panel, everyone live. And I guess the future of panel now that we're being filmed in VR 3D. This is, I'm kind of loving that. I'm just going to acknowledge that. So I'm Gordon Bellamy. I'll be your moderator. I'm at USC. I'm also with a VR startup called The Wave, which is about democratizing live music. And let the gentlemen of our panel introduce themselves, starting with Eden Chen.
Hey, I'm Eden. I work at Fisherman Labs. We make game development, website development. We do a lot of app development, emerging tech. We've just launched or helped launch Sony's Ghostbusters VR about a week and a half ago, and then have worked on with Qualcomm, NBC, a lot of other companies on VR. So happy to be here, and yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Yeah.
Jake Dorn. I'm with Main Path Marketing down in San Diego. Also work closely with Fisherman Labs. Previously was at WPP and kind of come from the emerging tech world.
Hi everybody, I'm Jim. I work for a company called Folklore. We do digital product development, a lot of industrial and interface design for companies like Verizon, as well as VR experiences for a lot of the studios here in Hollywood. So I'm super excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Peter. I've been directing VR for 4 years, which makes me a veteran, apparently. So we've been started out doing 360 videos. I have one of the 10 most watched videos on YouTube of 360, which gives you a sense of scale. There's only 8 million views, but that's a lot in VR terms. And yeah, I tell stories with VR.
Hi, I'm Daniel Kenyon. I'm with Furious M. Furious M is a VR development company. We have a platform for managing VR and enhancing user experience. And to begin our process, we began working with production companies and specifically live action productions in VR. Defrost is the first project that we're associated with, and we'll talk about that later.
Cool. And this is, of course, of service to you. So if you have questions along the way, just let us know. Raise your hand. That's what we're here for. But let's begin with skepticism. There's a bit of skepticism around storytelling in VR, yet here we are on the leading edge of it. Why don't we talk a little about that? I'll start with you, Eden. Talk about some of the skepticism people are expressing.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't normally be in a conversation about storytelling because I come from a game development background. So games traditionally tell stories by using something called cutscenes. So like you'll be in a game. You guys have probably played a game before, and they'll take you out of the cutscene into like a story, and then you'll go back and play the game again. And now we're at the stage where we have kind of a convergence of Hollywood and gaming in a lot of ways with VR. So you have VR, which tells stories live, much like a game does, and then you have traditional storytelling or cinematic storytelling, which tells stories retrospectively. So the problem with that in some ways is that as the person in the VR experience, a lot of times you start thinking, what does the maker want me to do? Which is a problem, So that's something I just want to kind of throw out there, just to maybe start this off and start the conversation of how we can combat things like that. There should be a natural storytelling when we tell stories in VR. So the user shouldn't be thinking, what should I be doing in this process? They should be thinking, they shouldn't be thinking at all. They should just be immersed in the experience.
That's a good point. You jump in there.
Yeah, I think there's a skepticism that sort of revolves around the difference between traditional content production and really the possibilities within VR. I don't think anybody's even scratched where this all goes. So there's just this natural, is it really going to be like this? And the answer is no. And what will it be? And the answer is I don't know. And that just inherently clouds vision for people. So I think that's sort of what we're seeing.
You may talk a little about the taxonomy that's forming. You know what? Even better question. How long are you keeping people in right now? How long a story are you even allowed to tell nowadays? 5 minutes, 30 seconds?
Depends if they throw up or not, I guess.
No, but
that's one of the things.
Sure, but I'm just what is even the framing now for what you're able to do?
It really depends on the setting, but we did curate the U.S. experience for VR at Next at the Cannes Film Festival, where we had 37 minutes of continuous VR viewed on Samsung Gears by approximately 45 people, and nobody threw their headset off and no one got sick. So we know that that's possible. I also know of a new movie.
4 people exploded, though. So.
Yeah.
Actually, it was.
If there's anybody from Samsung here, I'm kidding. I have one. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, actually, we don't know what the upward limits are. And I think that I've heard that there are people that have stayed in VR for over days. So
I mean, right now, typically on average, we're seeing like, at least on the game side, about like at most 5-minute experiences. If you look at like the Star Wars experience that came out, that's like probably like 2 to 3 minute experience, and that's like on the longer side.
Super limited by hardware, and you know, the state of the entire device ecosystem is so nascent. It's akin to like hauling around you know, those big gray cell phones that had the cord. I mean, it's really at that stage right now. So, you know, to say what's possible today is sort of like saying where will mobility go in 1987? I don't know.
How about you, Peter? What are you doing?
Well, actually, I read about the first feature-length VR film, 112 minutes.
Whoa. Tell
About-
us more.
Which I have not tried. I'm not sure if I actually want to try it. It's about Jesus. Okay.
Oh yeah, oh gosh.
Yeah.
I think I remember
And,
that conference like a year and a half ago. It's done.
It's done, yeah. And no one's seen it, so.
But I just think like Passion of the Christ Jesus,
actually-
like it's gonna be like rar, like
yeah, it just
full on.
debuted at the Venice Film Festival. Yeah, so only 40 minutes.
A teaser for the full
Season,
biopic.
I actually edited a video in Oculus. So I had an Oculus on and sitting next to the editor. And I kind of completely forgot about time. So I was in there for 4 hours. And literally, when I took the headset off, I was cross-eyed, right? Because the parallax it was a stereoscopic 3D video. It was for Ray LaMontagne. My eyes just started moving it in naturally.
Sure.
So I had the biggest headache ever, having come out of that. So
Kind
I
of the
don't
Oppie
recommend
grab?
being in. Yeah, it was. So
Oh,
that was
whoa.
bad. But people are talking
Trademark.
about, you know, with PlayStation VR just launching last week, people will have those headsets on all day. You know, so there's no.
Or
feedback.
will they? I mean, maybe it doesn't work like that if they sit in there.
It shouldn't
Twice.
work like that, but
You know,
it
I
will.
saw something on Reddit. There was a guy who just took a picture of his roommate from like 12 midnight to 6 in the morning every 30 minutes, and he
Yeah.
just has it on the whole time, and
wow.
he's just degrading in his like physical state, and by the
Yes.
end he's just laying there, sort of. But yeah, there's definitely the
It's up to technology to make this better, cleaner, faster, and it will happen. And it's happening at a remarkable pace at this point. And I think within, this time next year, you're going to see vast improvements over what's out today.
I think that's also where some of the skepticism comes in, though, because VR has been talked about, this emerging technology, for the last 4 years, and I think it's almost got kind of the dipping dots, which is the ice cream of the future. There's only so long you can be the ice cream of the future.
Yes.
So
Which, of course, is
I
the
think
astronaut
that's
ice
where
cream, but
it's
yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Skepticism. I think we actually had a question.
You know, you've got full body VR where people are running around and lifting their arms up and dancing for 20 minutes until their heart gives out.
Running on treadmills, yeah, all of that stuff's
Versus
possible.
360 VR, which is as long as your eyes hold out or the device doesn't cause you to pass out because it's too hot. So it's two different time limits happening on two different types of platforms.
Yeah, we should probably make a distinction between the types of VR, because obviously everyone lumps it all together. But there's 360, which is probably what most people have seen, which is using cameras. GoPro kind of adaptations,
I know, right?
Samsung 360. But then where we're all moving right now is what we call VR is more of an immersive experience. So that could be room scale VR, which is HTC Vive, Sony PlayStation, Oculus, where you can actually physically move around a 60 square foot space. And that's completely different model of production and storytelling from GoPro. So I think we need to kind of almost define the types of VR we're actually discussing.
Can I throw a third, which would be AR storytelling? And I just thought about if you ever told a kid a bedtime story, right? I sort of imagine a world where AR storytelling, where you could both see, the pop-up book, as it were, would be another important, where people can do it. We're doing it together versus a solitary experience.
Yeah, that actually becomes the true edge of storytelling right now, that interactivity, the ability to incorporate mobile devices and to do so elegantly so that you are trying to achieve that authentic experience of creating presence in an artificial environment. If you can do, that's the goal, right, of VR. And whatever the technology is, whatever the camera device, the capture device, the CG device, all of that stuff becomes, it's amorphous and it's going to change.
So what sort of must see now? I mean, you are living at the edge of storytelling right now. So besides, of course, Jesus VR, what more secular works are also available to people? I mean, everyone out. Wait, does everyone out here have VR? Let's start there. Raise your hand if you have VR, just so I have a sense of who has it. Oh, interesting. Raise your hand if you do not have VR.
Does everybody here have a cell phone? Then you have VR.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe define that,
Yeah,
right? VR
yeah.
versus a
Headset
headset
VR,
device
yeah.
versus.
Yeah. So across those different media, like what should people be looking at now to be at the edge of storytelling?
You know, I'm going to throw this out there.
Please.
This is one of the reasons that skepticism exists, is that there is no killer app nor killer production for VR yet. What
Okay.
we've seen, it's essentially it really is like the new art of B content, B filmmaking. It's very much startup driven. You know, there
Wait,
really
except for you,
hasn't
Peter,
been a
we love your
lot of
stuff.
weight put into these productions yet, in terms of budget, in terms of activity from the studios in earnest. Everybody seems to be sort of playing around with this technology, and the reason is because consumer adoption is low. So as consumer adoption starts to go up, you're going to start to see these productions get more akin to what people expect, both in terms of games and film and TV and movies, and then you'll start to see a lot more, important content showing up on in this format. But right now, like in terms of what's out there to see, it's all sort of like Star Wars, right? There's Star Wars, the cinematic universe, and then there's Star Wars VR. Star Wars VR is all of 5 minutes of, like what are you going to do with that?
So the coming barrage of original content will probably start appearing at the end of next year. There are a lot of features and mostly episodics that are being funded currently, so we're going to see a higher quality of content. But it's going to be depending upon access and the democratization of VR, if you will, and how audiences can embrace that. Mobile devices are going to play a huge role, and even though right now most mobile devices are focused on 360, you can actually do higher quality VR-like experiences using mobile devices. So we think that's one of the best ways to start telling stories to reach the world.
Eden.
It's also like kind of a chicken and egg issue, as like any emerging technology is, on like content versus technology versus consumer adoption. And I think, like, just to give you to answer your question, there's PSVR that just came out. There's the Vive that you can buy for $800, but you need like probably like a $2,000 computer to run that. And then you have Oculus and mobile as well. So that's like your landscape. But for us, we used to make mobile games, and we stopped making mobile games proprietarily, at least, because there was too much competition out there. Too many indie developers out there. There were thousands of games coming out every single day, and it was very, very expensive to acquire users. We started doing VR game development about 6 months ago, and working on proprietary experiences because there wasn't a lot of a lot of competition. So. That's where it becomes interesting, because developers like us are starting to work on VR because we see that there's not a lot of competition out there, and there's a huge opportunity because of the consumer
Are you focused
adoption.
on adaptation or focused on creating original works inside of the medium?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, both. And a lot of it has to do with like what incentive do we as developers have to work on something in new technology. So it has to be either there's like less competition and we see that consumer adoption is coming, and I think those things are true with VR, which makes it exciting.
So in the back room, we talked a bit about direction, what it meant to be a director of content, creator of content. I'll point this back to you, Peter. I'd love to talk about that, and I'd also love to talk about, I guess, the part B will be the emergence of a lingua franca for viewers, right? And even to know how to view, if that's what you even call it, whatever the verb is going to be to I don't know, whatever that verb is, to watch and enjoy this content.
I mean, we were discussing backstage. The big difference in directing VR is that you can't be on set. You can't be behind the camera anymore. So you're not directing the actor, you're not directing the subject, because you'd be in the shot. You'd be 180 of that shot. So the biggest challenge I found directing VR is not being there. So you have to kind of. We're saying it's more like stage directing. So it's like directing a play. You have to choreograph the actors, tell them what to do, and then leave, And I've been in the most weird vantage points of being up trees, in caves, hiding with a little monitor. I mean, it's so bizarre, and the actors are like, have no idea what's going on. So,
Now, did you come from theater? Like, how did you prepare yourself for that? Or are you learning in the trade?
I'm so not prepared for that. I'm from a documentary background. So, and I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, some of the biggest successes right now in terms of storytelling is from documentary. I think all the United Nations stuff is incredible. Being able to have the POV of a child in Syria is probably one of the most, you know, powerful uses of VR to date. So I think, you know, those types of situations where something real is happening and you're putting a camera in the center of it and giving you a point of view on that is incredibly impactful. I think the scripted VR needs to catch up. That's as we were saying, there's not so much of that right now, and that's again due to the fact there's no monetization. None of this content, incidentally, is selling. I've probably made the only piece of VR that we sold, which is for Sports Illustrated. So I wouldn't even classify that storytelling, but we sold each piece of that content for $1.99, but most of this stuff is available freely, and that's also limiting the amount of stories that are being told right now, because, you know, if you can't sell it, who's paying for it?
We're going to drill a little deeper for everyone who's not familiar with what you... Tell them about what you made for Sports Illustrated.
So we actually we were asked to just convert the magazine into VR. They were like, let's do a shoot and create that in 360. So of course I'm trying to make it a bit more complicated because it's what I tend to do. So we shot using plates. So I actually shot using 2 different camera systems. I used a GoPro system where we actually just captured.
Does everyone know what plates are? Do you know what he means? Tell them what you mean.
So essentially, you shoot one plate at
there
a
you go.
time. So there's 4 quadrants in VR. So you basically just shoot them individually and stitch them together later. So that actually does allow you to be behind the camera, which is helpful. I did a music video for the New York Times for a band called Run the Jewels, and we shot it individually. So I had the same actors in each frame. So we had a before and after story going on. So depending on which way you looked, you could get a different interpretation of the same story. So it's the same story playing out in real time from 4 directions, before and after. So that was, you know, that was probably the most advanced form of storytelling that we've used in VR. But there's a million forms of narrative in film that apply to VR. You know, there's a Catherine Bigelow film called Strange Days that I would love to do in VR, which is entirely about point of view experience. You know, there's Strange Days, Shortcuts, there's multiple narratives playing out simultaneously, Magnolia. So there's a ton of lessons to be learned from Hollywood filmmaking, but right now the budgets aren't there to actually make these things.
So it seems like you're sort of starting to touch on having rewatchability, like a reason for people to return to VR content, and I guess in a way that's trying to give agency to the viewer. So maybe talk a little about that, about the emergence of agency of the viewer or the participant or whatever you call them in your VR storytelling.
With Defrost, it was conceptualized as an episodic, so there are actually 12 episodes. And you start out with the first-person point of view as a cryogenically frozen woman who's resuscitated 30 years later. And the person is actually in a wheelchair. Our director took on the role of being the person that pushes the wheelchair. Randall Kleiser directed it, and so he envisioned this world where he would simply be a non-participant in the story, but he's right there, able to direct Carl Weathers and Bruce Davidson and some of the other actors who are very professional, but still had a little bit of guidance. So because it's an episodic, there are going to be hooks in each episode to bring people back, but with Defrost, we're able to drive that concept of achieving presence through the point of view perspective and having the individual take on that role of the character. And we use the term user because sound is as important as viewing. And if you can incorporate sound into that perspective, it works 90% better than having non-directional sound or lacking.
All the way down the line, I want to hear what you think. Agency of the user? What's the term? Yeah, even what the term is. What is the, what do you even call someone who comes to one of the shows?
Agency, you can't really have agency if you're shooting with a video camera, because this agency is interactive, right? So this is more of a game engine world. So you would have to, and there's not so much of this going on right now, but there's a lot of that kind of interactive narrative game engine stuff going into video, but I think when it's going to get really interesting is when you volumetrically capture the characters and apply AI to them. So they can actually respond to you. They can look at you. They know you're in the room. I think that's what we're talking about with agency. I hate VR when someone's not looking at you, but they're talking kind of slightly off-center, and it disconnects you, takes you out of the experience.
It's kind of a lean-back observational experience more than achieving that. One of the things that Randall used in Defrost was the capability of having this person in a wheelchair. So when we're displaying at some festivals, we'll actually see people in wheelchair and actually use Sense of Scented Hospital and some of those things. And we actually had some people having difficulty getting out of the wheelchair when they were finished. They're like, I can't move, I'm frozen.
Kind of doubling down on some of the concepts that they touched on. One of the things that we've been working on for the last year and a half is a multi-dimensional database to serve content up within VR based on emotional and biometric input. So we've got a system that uses off-the-shelf EEG monitors and biometric monitors tied to an entirely new way to categorize and content or apply taxonomy to content. So what we're doing is trying to develop a system for gauging affinity or emotional reaction to content within an experience, and then changing that based on what we're seeing on the fly. And that's, if you want to leap very far forward into what VR becomes, it is a convergence of game mechanics and inputs that puts the user into an entirely different position. It's essentially taking away fixed narrative and changing it to more of a sandbox mentality, which is some of the things that we're trying to do already. So it's interesting.
How about you, Jake?
Yeah, I think going back to our earlier comments about the gaming industry in Hollywood and the collision that's happening and juxtaposing those two against each other, I think we have to lean more towards the gaming industry and towards the ability of the user or the audience to be fully immersed and really have their own free will throughout the production versus the director trying to steer.
Yeah, we threw out like open world gaming, like Metal Gear Solid 5 and Red Dead Redemption and some of these things, right? They're very much the litmus for what we'll be seeing in the future. And I think people that have already begun to grasp that are working on those concepts. That's some of the stuff that'll be coming out over the next few years.
I mean, even in the current environment, what the most successful games have done is remove all human faces, if you've noticed, and part of the problem is that we're not there yet. So the human brain has a very astute ability to tell whether a smile is a genuine smile or not a genuine smile. So if you look at like the Star Wars experience, for example, they don't have you don't see any human faces. You just see stormtroopers, and you see robots, and all the great experiences.
Has anyone out there seen Star Wars? Does anyone know what he's talking about? Okay, just want to
Yeah,
see.
so I
okay.
mean,
See,
you want-
early adoption, it's not being adopted yet. No one knows. No one knows what you're
Yeah.
talking about. There will be no faces.
Yeah, but all the best experiences, you won't see human faces yet. So that is in the future where where we will be able to interact with AI, but we're not kind of there
Well,
yet.
now I know what I want to know. I want to know about multi-user storytelling, about co-present storytelling in VR.
Yeah, Facebook did a demo I think about a year ago where you could throw paint at your friends and stuff like that. I don't know if anyone messed around with that.
But I almost want like room, something where we could be in different places in the story, like literally different places, because we've taken our room scale and teleported,
I mean, that's exactly what they're working on, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's why they made the acquisition.
Yeah.
Honestly, Facebook bought VR to do that. They want to take the user base, they want to remove them from the website and put them in a virtual environment so that they can react on a different plane or interact on a different plane.
world premiere.
Honestly, it's not that complicated to look at what they're doing and say, wow, that's where this goes. The reality is, though, that it'll take a while. I mean, it's just going to be another 10 years before we see that kind of stuff firing off. But then, that's why there's people already doubling down and investing in things like virtual reality addiction and stuff like that, because we're going to see like a complete altering of the human condition when stuff like, why the hell would you want to go work at McDonald's when you can be like the emperor of the universe? Why?
Yeah,
I'm literally never going to move.
there are definitely ethical considerations when you think of child entertainment. If
Yeah,
you're
the pacifying
gearing the subject matter to children, it's great, but if you're gearing the subject matter to adults and children get a hold of that, you can create cognitive chaos at that point because you're really affecting the brain. Once again, back to DeFrost, we're actually creating these environments where people are wondering whether or not that actually occurred to them. We're creating an autobiographical memory within that experience, and it's a cognitive reality at that point. You can go back. So for a child to be able to experience some of these things becomes amazing.
Wow.
And you got to ask yourself, how are we going to control that?
Or you have to ask a police state, because now what you've brought up is the thought of how do you rate and control and limit the content people, because right now it's a bit of the wild east and west, right, where you can get what you want to click on it, right? So what do you think? Tell us about the future of the limiting of storytelling as you see it.
I think AR is probably more prescient to that, because at least in VR, you can't really move. It blocks off the world. But in AR, you can have an AR glasses on all day. You can be looking at things. No one knows even what you're looking at. I mean, we did I've been up to Magic Leap a few times, and I'm not allowed to talk about them because they have encyclopedic NDA.
Here, wait, let's ask a question. Better or worse than Pokemon Go?
Oh, no, it's better than that.
Oh, okay, there you go. There's something.
But the AR, that kind of AR is going straight into your optical nervous system, and you're receiving it like a memory. So this is totally different. It's not a screen. Everything else you're looking at is off a screen. It's a cinema, a phone. VR is essentially a phone near your eye. AR is going straight into your brain. So that is really, on a cognitive level, just a whole different ballgame.
So the Microsoft HoloLens will probably be available slightly before Magic Leap becomes available, but Magic Leap stands to set a new bar for. There's going to be new law that's going to have to be created around this. It's going to be amazing.
You say new
Because-
laws?
New laws that will be related to
Well,
augmented reality.
so listen, that's what he's saying is that, and this is like a totally different subject than VR, but
Sure.
the advent of the augmented human condition via information is upon us with augmented reality. So when you think about, like, my son's a swimmer, right, and he's in the pool and he's banging away at a huge long distance race, right? He doesn't know what's going on around him. It's a very solitary sport. So the kids that succeed in that sport have this inner voice that says push hard, right?
Yes.
It's a sixth sense that special people have. They have it in public speaking, they have it in nursing, they have it in basketball, right? Some people are just good at things because they have a special power, right?
Okay.
That's about to be taken away
Democratization
and
of special powers.
sold as apps, and that's the future of augmented reality. So like data and intuition and reaction time and all. So the very first kid that shows up to a soccer match with these special glasses on,
Yeah.
right? What does that do to the sport? It changes everything. So to think that there won't be legislation is completely head in the sand.
Absolutely. You will begin affecting cognitive reality. This will replace Adderall as the next best thing to college performance.
Wow.
Wait, you have Adderall?
AR is better than Adderall. That's a very strong statement. So you're saying big
heard it
pharma could be up against our industry, which will slow it
Absolutely.
down
No, I mean,
immeasurably.
pulling biochemical triggers.
Legalized AR.
Pulling biometric triggers via chemicals is almost is going to be changed fundamentally because of the placebo effect of AR. Because the human mind can do a lot of things that we haven't quite realized yet. So like getting rid of your headache, things like this. You don't have to use a drug to mask that. AR and VR therapy could very well help with that. PTSD, all kinds of diseases are already being treated with the power of the mind. There was a study, so these burn victims in Philadelphia, the Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, that they would have to have their bandages changed, and they would have. It's obviously one of the most painful things you can go through. They started putting VR on these kids with soothing snow scenes, and 60% of them used less opiates during that process.
Wow.
So the amount of painkillers that they needed was reduced because of their state of mind.
So this sounds like we're getting closer now to the future of storytelling.
Well-
right? Because these are actually these experiences.
Yeah.
If I have that, if I have your swimmer kid and I have that, and you've got, I don't know, effing Star Wars, it's going to be over because I'm going to be like, I'm going to make you just feel better for 30 minutes.
The real term might become story experiencing, even though it's kind of doesn't flow right off the tongue. But the idea that you're no longer telling a story, but enabling someone to experience that, and that their mind is in fact neurologically processing in the same way you process reality. So that's probably the biggest edge that we're going to be coming on, and companies like Magic Leap will be building stories in AR, and the production companies that come from that. We're still 10 years off from that, but VR has been around since 1963, or since the first person discovered a headset could actually transform what they're looking at. And 30 years ago, people were professing that AR was on the precipice. 20 years ago, then 10, but it's here finally. And the commoditization of headsets, I think, is going to happen. You'll see it over this holiday season. Sony, unfortunately, Samsung's going to take a little bit of a breather, but you'll see
hoverboard.
plenty of ads from Google coming up. So stay tuned.
I'm sorry, it's just visceral for me. The energy when you all talk about AR is different than when you talk about VR. I don't know if you can tell. Like when you guys light up.
VR is
So I'm super
environmental
curious.
displacement. Augmented reality is, again, it's an altering of the human condition. So like going away and escaping into a new reality, I don't think many people are all that fundamentally interested in it, though it will be awesome.
Yeah.
But when I say like, hey, like if anybody, has anybody ever seen the video Sight? It's a short film done by these guys out of Finland, and it's about this guy who goes on a date with a woman, fires up
yeah.
a dating app,
Yeah.
and he just takes her down like there's no tomorrow, right? Because he says my superpowers have been taken away, right? Like I worked really hard to be able to do that, and now this guy just puts on a headset and knows when she's reacting right and knows when she's reacting wrong. And that to me that's way more exciting. People are gonna buy that like no tomorrow.
But the duels between people trying to manipulate each other, that's going to be the real like next level. Like
That's why that software will be more expensive. You'll get upgrades.
duh.
Yeah, and I think from a platform perspective, people have talked about VR as the next platform. What's next after mobile?
Sure.
And I think it's actually AR. And I think
think
that's
we have
why
a
people-
question.
Oh, question. No, sorry. Sure.
So along the lines of the snow thing, the opposite of that is, would people be able to feel something painful? Because pain is controlled by your mind, so if it's really that invasive and believable,
Of course.
Sure, I
Of
guess.
course.
Horror
Yeah.
movies.
No,
Yeah.
I mean,
Right?
that's
would you actually feel the sensation? Because
Have you guys? Okay, so everyone's done VR. Like I've already had a thing where you touch a candle in VR and you just in your mind you sort of go
Yeah.
like you felt something.
That's real.
right. So yeah.
But that's being combined with technology like hypersonic sound being used to sort of create a facsimile of touch. So there's like people using sound to create the feeling of touching a hologram or things touching you. But yeah, to your point, like in VR, if you've ever like done the
Yeah.
like when you're not sure if something is around you and there was nothing there, it's
Yeah.
because your mind is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
The-
I've had that, not to sound crazy, like in a dream where I woke up and my hand was tingling where I was cut, which is frightening, but
Sure.
what you're saying with snow, like if that is a possibility, there's
Yes.
regulation.
Good versus evil.
Yeah. Great power, great
So-
responsibility. Yeah, it's gonna be good stuff.
How well regulation works. No problem.
But I mean, there's a market for everything. So people that want to experience VR pain, I'm pretty sure that'll be a big thing on like a.
I know.
I don't even want to talk about where.
Well, we're not going to talk about the importance of AR boarding in the future.
I did.
Truly, we
Oh,
were
yeah,
able, with Defrost, we were able to have a few people achieve that level of agency, the presence, if you will, that they felt paralyzed sitting in a wheelchair.
I mean, think of hypnosis, right? How powerful is your mind? And people, if you can.
No, you can wait. First, don't apologize. We're here for you. What's your question?
Okay, so I work with special need children, autistic children. Could the AR be used in something such as, because autistic children have problems like connecting with emotions.
Sensory.
Can it,
It's a great app.
can it
You should
be
do that.
used To kind of like teach them.
Go build that.
Yeah.
Expression, kind of like feel some empathy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
Why not?
so the term, or the phrase, if you will, is that VR is an empathy machine. It's pretty common.
That's Chris Milk said that.
yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, yeah.
I'm just going to comment that, the same panel took place around television in 1958.
That's a really good point, actually.
Well, thanks.
But this time you're all here. Part of history, people. I was going to actually ask
but
about your.
absolutely, I think that
Time to think about it.
managing spectrum disorders of all types can be affected by using highly effective virtual reality and augmented reality, and trained professionals that understand that. And we're actually working with a neuroscientist out of Switzerland that's using our Defrost show to do testing as to how people can feel presence, whether it does it this way, that way, doing A/B testing and some of the other things. So you're going to see a lot more. USC is focused on it. Stanford's focused on it. We're going to see other schools becoming much more user-friendly with VR and incorporating it in part of their
Super
their
interesting about the spectrum
processes.
becoming sort of like maybe like vision or hearing, right? Where it became transformed by technology and is not such a big deal anymore, where we might not think of spectrum in the same way, with these sorts of tools. I just a quick question about Defrost, about the experience of people who actually were in wheelchairs, maybe who tried it versus people who were not. I'm super curious about that. Did you do any, like, were people who actually were legitimately paralyzed tried your story?
Yeah, you have to be sitting down.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. I mean,
That's, yeah. No, I'm asking, did you ever have people who were physically differently abled?
You're asking a
Yeah.
question.
Try it.
People who are actually paralyzed.
Oh.
Mario, Mario's actually administers these experiments, so.
No, we haven't had anyone who's actually physically.
I did Defrost at the DGA, and I'm one of those people who buys into the experience, and it was really compelling, and I did feel like I was, immersed in that world.
So probably the only example that is very anecdotal is Randall Kleiser had a friend of his who had recently had a stroke, and he was about 2 minutes into it and threw the headset and literally threw it at the wall and broke it. He ripped it off and said, "I can't watch this. It's just too painful." This woman doesn't achieve a stroke in the scene, but it's very similar to that feeling.
There you go. No, it's your turn, for sure.
I just want to say, those exact things like I know, and I see, what they're doing, and even in what was old virtual worlds or old virtual reality, there's been lots of studies and lots of things where people were paralyzed, people who couldn't walk, people who were deaf, augmented tools, Second Life, using virtual screens, the ability to fly if you couldn't walk, was given to you using this technology, which actually has been around and being done for about 20 years, and Second Life was one of these things starting in 2006 to today. And Samsar, which is the next one with goggles, is also doing it.
Yes, absolutely.
I'd love to hear you talk more about your experience of directing, where you had the 4 storylines and how you created that story and worked with the actors.
Yeah, there's actually, in terms of the physical production on set, that's the closest you can get to traditional filmmaking. So you're behind the camera, you're talking to the actor. But then the complexity arrives in the edit suite, where you're actually trying to edit 4 stories in parallel. It's almost like using a split screen technique, so there's a lot of movies where you're kind of seeing 2 things happening at the same time. But the actors just, they got lost. They didn't really kind of get it until they saw it on the screen. So no one really knew what I was doing the whole time I was on set, which was slightly disturbing for the crew. But when they put the headset on, they're like, "Oh, that's what you meant," And I was like, "Oh, good, I'm so good at communicating this." But the experience is kind of unique in terms of it's an interactive narrative that you choose. So just depending on which angle you look, so you can look this way, you get one version of the story. So people tend to watch it 4 times, which I love. And you can, but there's an interactive software that I'm using right now called Entry Point, which so they're in New York, and basically they're doing a project at Sundance, and depending on the way you look, that will activate the narrative. So it actually gives you some agency. So it's not like they're all happening at once. You kind of get bored of one story, and then you look away, and another story appears.
Right there, yeah.
I have a question. There have been studies done yet, so if someone says on an antipsychotic, or they've been drinking or smoking pot, and then they put this on instead of experience augmented reality or VR, have they seen any effects of what that can do?
There's all kinds of research going into medicine and the applications of VR right now. There are specifically tracks for drug addiction and treatment. I have not personally seen them. I've been exposed to hospice care, though, so people using VR to.
Like say someone has a 6-pack
Yeah, he's asking if people are high in VR. I think he's asking more. He's not. He's saying literally.
On medication substances, then they start to use VR.
Yeah, I think most people with VR headsets are loaded all the time. Actually, I'm completely loaded. Yeah, I'm sobered up for this, but still, I mean, I think in the. No,
But we're also not in VR.
I'm sorry. What's
Oh,
the
or are we?
question? Do they?
What's the effect?
Is that they're already on a substance and
Kind of like a bad trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like tripping with
I
the
would think-
headset on,
One of the
that's a bit
things
much,
is-
dude.
One of the things you have to understand when you do
Yes.
take
Yes.
any type of drug, you're impeding your perception already. And what tends to happen is if you're really wasted, it doesn't affect you because you're not paying attention to anything except what's going on in your mind.
So it's
and
like you're
That's
trying
like
to sleep.
brain hacking
Actually
within brain
normalizes
hacking,
it.
right?
maybe.
Because
Yeah.
VR in general is brain hacking, right? What virtual reality headsets are is an extremely simple piece of technology, right? What it does is it leverages this crazy inherent power for your mind to do things that make you displace, right? So in the case of doubling up alcohol or that, it's really just, it's probably a bit of a cognitive mess.
I have a crazy story about acid in VR, and it wasn't when it was in VR, it was after and way after, and it was a pretty wild story. So yeah, there can be some crazy
It'll
It
be
sounds
on
like the
Vice
beginning-
next month.
Yeah, I was gonna say at the beginning of the story. Yeah, right there. I see you, and I see you in the back too. But you first.
I think for
Sure.
In terms of like strategy, and there's a difference between being on set and people maybe being frustrated or miscommunications, and then getting the those like coming together.
Yeah.
I just would hope you could speak a little bit more to that, and then
Yeah.
maybe the strategy of working with people on set.
Right.
All those little areas.
I mean, of course, you can use a 360-degree rig. I've worked with John, Tozo, all the rigs, and that's a different type of production. That's more like the stage production. So essentially, the actors are alone in the room, and you're off-site looking at that in a monitor. And that's actually much easier to post-produce because it's all done for you. You're just literally stitching it together. And in the case of John, that stitching is done in space. So it gets sent to the cloud, it comes back, it's all done. It's like, wow, it's finished. When you're actually shooting plates and putting it together like that, it's incredibly laborious. Every time you do an edit, it thinks it's a render. You're using so much data, you have 4K images on one screen. All these edit machines are not geared for 16K images. So it took me 2 months to edit a 5-minute piece. So it was like 8 times longer than usual. So there's steep learning curves every time you do VR. It's getting better, it's getting easier, but right now there's such a bottleneck with the cameras and the stitching technology. It's just rubbish, like no one's figured that out really.
It's a great question because production design is essential and pre-production in this category. Just relying on a script and a linear storyboard isn't going to cut it. You've got to start getting dimensionalized and use slices in time, just like games, exactly.
Wait, hold on in the background. I want to skip you because I know you're back there. I saw a hand right in the back. I thought you. Yes, there you are. Hi. You had a question? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I see you.
Hi, I'm back here. Yes, I was also going to mention the work that's being done in terms of treatment, drug abuse. A lot of things in VR, just like in storytelling, are based on existing interventions, existing things. So USC's Center Institute for Creative Technology, they're doing work with PTSD, exposure therapy, based on traditional exposure therapy. Here's the Dolphin Smooth Club, amazing, in the Netherlands, working with children about autism. And it's basically based on equine therapy and animal therapy. So all of this, I guess what I wanted to lead to was my question was more about gesture and haptic technology and that connection. Samsung does have a bedtime stories, there's a HoloLens type environment that tells stories. How is that changing our way of interacting and connecting with each other right now?
So let me
The
break it down. So
haptic-
gestures and haptic experiences. How is that part of the future of storytelling? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working with multi-sensory feedback and haptic. So haptics, obviously, touch is a huge part of that. There was a little gadget I tried the other day that actually sends sound through your skeleton, right? So it actually sends, so it actually creates, it changes gravity.
right? So I was
Wait,
on.
what? Go slower.
Yeah, okay. So it was an R&D project. It's not commercially available. They just attached this little clip to my ear and didn't tell me what was going to happen next, which I, foolishly just agreed to. And then I put the headset on, and I was in an anti-gravitational state, and I felt lighter. Like my body sort of got lighter, and then they shifted it, and suddenly I got heavier. It was very weird. But there's a lot of
Wait, what's
really
that
interesting
called?
technologies that is really hacking into your body, not into your brain.
No, what is that called? What,
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But there's some amazing haptic stuff going on right now. I mean, Jaron Lanier, when he was talking about VR 30 years ago, had a data suit, which AT&T were investing in, and that's like in the late 80s. So there's a lot of technologies that are actually old. Like binaural sound was invented by the BBC in the 70s. That's positional audio. They invented it after quadraphonic sound. So a lot of these technologies, no one's known what to do with them up until now. So suddenly they're all kind of being aggregated into a VR experience to make it more immersive, which is cool.
Oh, sure.
What is the adult industry done with this kind of technology?
Nothing at all.
No idea.
No.
What are you talking about?
If you Google, which you can't in China, but if you search on VR in China, adult comes up. There's nothing. I mean, it's the first thing that comes up.
adult VR experience?
It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah,
There's a monetization strategy in place for that, I think, is what we're saying.
Actually, if
Like a lot of
of
early
all the money
technologies.
being made in VR right now, that is the only spot.
For monetization.
It's in wide scale production. It's being sold today. It's absolutely being monetized.
And that industry will do a very good job of doing that project and those kinds of things, and they talk about it during their situations. We, in particular, have chosen not to go in that direction, but have been approached, so.
I guess Sports Illustrated is the closest I've come to that, but that was PG-13, but essentially that did sell. That actually
Was it the
was.
swimsuit issue?
Yes, yeah. So they gave away 500,000 headsets in the magazine, and the app was free. We got that sponsored by Lexus.
Were these
And
like 20-year-olds? Were these like adults, older adults?
they're all adults, yeah. There's no children in Sports Illustrated. I don't know if you've noticed, but yeah.
Did that experience, were they doing metrics yet in terms of, would you pay $199 for the next year?
Yeah, was it a one-off or was
They
it?
want to do it again. So I'm assuming they won't tell us how well it did, but clearly, yeah,
Yeah, there,
The monetization plan
yeah.
is a way.
Yeah.
The first monetization that's going to be coming out shortly is going to be essentially like a subscriber, and you're going to get VR as part of that, right? That you'll see that early 2017.
There's a huge VR made $1 billion in China, which no one's really talking about right now, and it's location-based VR. So there's 2,000 arcades where you go and spend $20, go with your friends, so it's like going to the movies, and you experience 6 VR project. Mainly room scale VR, and they're building another 8,000 VR
Wait,
arcades
is
this
it a
year.
part like just? I mean, so let's go with you.
arcade.
But it's an arcade, but where we all go do our own. Okay, let's go to the arcade. We're in China. Okay, we all paid our $20. Then do we part ways and go VR, and I'll catch you in 20, or what's the narrative journey?
It's both. So there's individual experiences and then there's multiplayer. It's I don't know if you know this. There's this system called the Void, which is the first location-based VR experience in the U.S. They did a Ghostbusters pop-up in Madame Tussauds in New York. 30,000 people went through it, paying $50.
Wait, to do what?
To go to it's for the museum. Not, yeah.
So well, actually, people with the metrics on that were like people were going to see the Void and having to go to Madame Tussauds. It was brand new. It was a younger audience, and it's 2 scenes from the movie. So it's basically, I don't know if you've seen the movie, but it's the library, and you have an ectoplasm gun and you shoot ghosts. It was awesome, actually. But that, there are some stories that are actually selling right now. They're just not necessarily in the U.S.
So China is actually moving pretty quickly past arcade into theme parks that'll be mixed and blended reality. We'll see those coming online within the next 6 to 12 months, and there are a number of land development organizations that are developing those out. Obviously, Wanda's engaged, but there's several others. We just got back from a tour of China and had, you know.
Tell them about Orlando. They need to know about this. Everyone needs to know.
Well,
Oh, they know.
actually, one of the most amazing things we experienced while we were there is in the city of Nanchang. We were going on a boat ride. It was at the end of a day of long government discussions, et cetera, and they said, we're going to go see the city lights. And we get on a boat, and we're out in the middle of this enormous river, very modern city, and they've essentially programmed a movie to play across 50 modern buildings on the skyline. And for an hour, you witness this extraordinary explosion of a story. The soundtrack is playing on the boat we were on. But this was engineered by the team of people from the tourist organizations that we're meeting with. And quite honestly, was one of the most thrilling things I've ever witnessed. I mean, it's not a light show. It's truly a movie. It makes IMAX look, you know.
Was it like a one-off event, or was it like a nightly nightmare for the local people of Nanchang? Like,
It runs at 8 p.m. every night.
Right?
8 p.m., 8 to 9 p.m. every night. And we thought it was just Friday night. And no, this happens. Yeah, you have to be on the boat to hear the audio. It's part of the experience. But being in this city, it's magnificent.
Yeah.
This goes back
Sure.
to questions ago. You said you came from docs, and now you're talking about giving up, a lot of agency to the user. Was there a point where you remember being okay with, now I'm giving up control? And how did you kind of work that into your directing and psyche of you know what, this is a beautiful story. They might not ever see it. Nobody might ever get to that. So was there a point, or was it just gradual?
It's, I mean, in all honesty, shooting VR with a camera, you've got control. Shooting VR in room scale is you have no control whatsoever. So essentially you're using photogrammetry to capture an environment, and then you're capturing performance with an actor with an array. I don't know if you know volumetric capture, but essentially the 60 cameras up to 200. It's the opposite VR around the edge of a room and facing in, and you film the performer, and basically you stitch them together. So when you're in that room scale experience, you have no control whatsoever. You have no the user has 6 degrees of freedom, so they can move around, do whatever they want. You can't control what they're doing anymore. So that is more like we were saying earlier. That's more like gaming, But I'm enjoying the process of learning how to adapt to that. In terms of, I wouldn't even classify that as storytelling. That's experience.
Yeah.
You're giving people experiences, you're capturing performances, and you're giving them a unique vantage point to control how they experience it as well.
Is that hard as a director?
Yeah, but I enjoy letting go of that. I think it's a bit anal retentive directing sometimes. It's a little bit dictatorial, and it's more collaborative when you're working in these formats. And there's a bunch of really talented programmers that you're suddenly working with, as opposed to set designers. We do previs now. We do everything. It's more akin to gaming, the production, than having a designer and a set and carpenters. That's gone.
Were you able to see in real time anything at all off those 60? Or?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, you can see every angle, so you don't get it stitched. But that's, again, a laborious process. But in terms of filming actors now, you have to have volumetric. The world is not flat in VR. You have to have a volumetric model. So then all these companies like Red are obsolete. You can't shoot an actor anymore with a camera.
Unless you have 60 reds.
Unless you have 60 reds.
And you hand stitch that.
Yeah.
I think you were next right there. Yes.
This is going back to the VR
Sure.
aids
Sure.
in China. Have you looked at the Asian market in general? Because I'm from Thailand, and they've had 4D theater for a couple of years now, because people are just into that thing. So is there a market for Korea or Japan or Thailand, these arcades, or you just
I would say that I've been in the tech industry for 30 years. I would say that that's the biggest upside that the world has ever seen is in China right now in terms of VR adaptability and AR. I've never seen anything like it. I would say Korea is trailing that. Obviously, Vietnam and Thailand are, going to be in the vicinity, but China they've embraced conceptually VR at the government level as
It's more part of an identity, like national identity. Like, we're going to win at
precisely.
this.
It needs to happen, put it that way.
Yeah, if you've been to China too, they have massive
Yeah.
arcade rooms.
I mean,
And in the U.S., the kind of use case for that is events. Like most of the VR that we do is for events.
Like Comic-Con.
So then do you
Yeah.
think the Asian market will like push for that before we do?
It already has.
Oh,
It
yeah.
already happened.
We don't-
Train has left station.
Yeah, we don't have like institutional like arcade type.
Yeah.
They have like rooms that are 30,000 square feet that are you have 600 people that are all gaming there together. We just don't have that kind of culture
It's
here.
probably 10 to 1.
Yeah. Yes.
Question, how easy would it be for a hacker to hack one of these programs, or just hack into this type of system? Like, has that been-
You mean to
Like,
do
what's the
mining?
it'd be as easy
vulnerability
as
of
anything
these
else.
stories? Yes.
Yeah.
Because, I feel like the technology's advancing, but what about the safety of the user and their data not being hacked or worse?
There's not a lot of data that's being tracked
But I
personally
think
by the
maybe
user.
even
right
having
now.
your experience hacked. I mean, maybe that's the question. Like if you were in VR,
Yeah, I mean,
no
it's
one's had
as easy to
experience.
hack as anything
That's,
else.
that's really
Yeah.
going to be a question for
Yeah.
the platform. So if you
Yeah.
look at a Jaunt Playout platform versus an Oculus and Samsung, those are the companies you really need to look at, and you need to look at their kind of, it's not so much an encryption issue, but it's going to be an identity management. Who's in there? Why are they in there? How many times have they tried to attempt to get in there and kicking? I mean, it really is about their security policies.
But there's
VR
the same
itself
encryption
isn't
that there
dangerous
is
like that.
anywhere in every other platform. Like Oculus encryption uses the same as Facebook encryption. I mean, it's like the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of layered security.
Yeah. Yes.
This question is relating back to the big pharma discussion.
Absolutely.
How do you get them to learn and adapt to VR for their research and such? What's the best strategy for that?
So the strategy for getting VR.
That's kind of a healthcare question.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
they'll get there
It's a highly
when it becomes.
specialized-
I think it's probably
Right.
research dollars as well.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the billions of dollars that they're spending, and it's more of a technology play.
One of the
You know,
things that we're working on for a big pharma company is that to increase diversity in clinical trials. So we're trying to do storytelling and with different patients and kind of getting them a message of, what this disease and how it affects you, and essentially using that for recruitment. So we're just trying to find ways to adapt this technology because it's not really used in clinical research or big pharma.
Big Pharma's not really big on, non-pharmacological solutions. So this is probably a threat for them, I think, in a lot of ways, and they'll wait for, and there's a long trail of science that'll come out that'll talk about the benefits and stuff. I mean, I think it's more applicable in what the application that you're currently involved with is that you can steer people in a direction. As far as like, homeopathic effects of VR, I think that they'd laugh it off right now, but in 10 years they'll be like, oh God, what are we gonna do now?
Yeah, I think
For
targeting
education and
will be the
training,
problem.
that's really where that's at, right? So you're producing highly empathetic scenarios, you're exposing your potential recruits to those empathetic scenarios and saying, if you do this, it will benefit you and your family, or something like that, right? And those kind of trials are hard to recruit people for, but I think you could really change minds pretty quickly. It's a brilliant idea.
Yes.
Who's investing in VR right now? Like, who are the people
Everybody.
who are paying for great stories to be told in VR?
Oh, well,
Tons of brands.
No one's doing that.
Yeah, what's that company? Facebook,
actually-
Google,
Yeah.
Apple,
Actually-
Sony,
Every single major tech
HTC,
company,
I mean, everybody.
every entertainment
In
company.
the last
Yeah.
sort of 30, 90 days, we're starting to see a couple of different big projects being funded by, Hollywood auteurs, if you will. So unfortunately, if you will, that's where the first money is going to go. It's not going to go to the mom and pop VR producers. I think you're in a situation where you're really aligned with brands, and I think that's actually going to keep expanding. And if you want to make money in VR and you have to pay the bills right now, focusing on brands and advertising.
Sounds like early YouTube a little bit. Like back in the
Yeah,
brands
I
of
mean
the
the main
future.
the main issue I think for the investment is the monetization or lack of it. So most of these experiences like YouTube is free. So people are now accustomed to not paying for VR.
But all the studios have major VR labs. So ILM,
Yeah.
Fox, everybody's got their component where they're investing, millions and millions of dollars.
But that's
in what
marketing
this
for the
will be.
movie,
No.
Yeah.
Like the ILM VR lab is not devoted to the marketing. In fact, the marketing people at Fox have no access to the VR lab, zero. They don't. They have to use vendors. Well, luckily, but the reality of what the studios think VR is very much the future of storytelling, and they're investing a lot of money. Like the the stuff, the Star Wars experience was
R&D.
really just a little glimpse of what they're developing in terms of beyond the current cinematic roadmap.
And then also, if you're talking about venture funding too, venture funding is going towards VR platforms, not VR
Yeah,
content
platform,
right now.
yeah.
So we're, you know,
And a
more
lot
than
of that
even
has to
hardware, too,
do
yeah.
with where the accounting industry is. If you think about it, people that invest, they want a return on investment. How do you value an asset in VR? How is it going to be depreciated over time? How am I going to make money off of that? Those models don't exist yet. And you'll see at so many of these panels, people say, what was your budget? What was your budget? And nobody wants to commit to that because that information is not only confidential, but it's all over the place. You know, it's $1 and it's a lot. But recently, Roy Taylor at Advanced Micro Devices has come out with a number, and he said it's going to be probably settling in at about $1 million a minute for AAA VR storytelling entertainment. That isn't to say that's a game. There's going to be so many other ancillary pieces there, but that's his number. He was made that public at VRLA in July, I think.
In the back row, yes, sir. What's your
Can you talk about how music might tie into these different platforms at all?
Yeah, I mean,
Music or sound?
Oh, music. I mean, I've made 4 music videos now, and I think it's a great platform. Actually, you know, MTV obviously doesn't even play music anymore, so you know, most people are consuming their music visually through YouTube or Vivo. So I think VR and room scale VR is a brilliant way of monetizing VR. Actually, you know, we're talking to a lot of concert promoters. NextVR just signed a 5-year deal with Live Nation, you know, to basically broadcast all of the Live Nation shows in VR. They've also got the same deal with Fox. So I think, you know, one of the first monetization areas is going to be in music performance.
Music and sports.
You know, there's such a demand. I used to work for a company called SFX. We had a festival called Tomorrowland, which had 6 million ticket requests, you know, for 360,000 tickets. So we had the idea of, you know, why don't you give them a VR pass for $20, you know, and then you have those, you know, 5.5 million plus people watching the show.
You can download the app. There's an app in the App Store now called Spinnable that does 360 work out of our offices. They put a 360 camera in front of like all these concerts, and then you sell $5 concert tickets for live events. And there's also when I was just in Boston a couple days ago, we did a 1,000-person live stream for the Hamilton crew, doing spoken word. It's the largest like live stream that we did at once, and I mean that's not music specifically, but you can see the use case.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it was live. It was live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we're doing,
Oh, the background music. Yeah, I mean that again. I think binaural and spatial audio. You know, positional audio is a brilliant device for a director to tell the user where to look. You know, so I think sound is you know, people are saying it's 60% of the experience. I'm not sure if that's
At
entirely
least.
true, but
It
you know,
depends.
yeah, but it's an incredibly valuable form of direction, actually.
So if you look at what Skywalker Ranch is doing right now as part of ILM, right, or associated, and they're incorporating Dolby Atmos, so object sound, to be able to create these production designs and sound designs. It doesn't work as well for live. And, you know, live's got other issues, and the main issue for live is just basically you're creating petabytes of data, and how long do you save that data and those kinds of things. That's why these things become available and then they're gone. Just in the NBA Finals last year, Intel sponsored that, and there were for one 40-second 360 of a play. They were creating 2 petabytes of data, so they had to basically go through and slice that out because it becomes a problem of enormity very quickly. But it's really good for, you know, companies that are building huge cloud storage. We're going to have petabytes, and then whatever the heck comes after that, all the way up to Google.
You know, THX was just purchased by Razer, a gaming company out of San Diego, a couple days ago, and it's because specifically of their work in sort of peripheral development and exactly what you guys are talking about, sort of that spatial audio. It's moving toward interactive, and in film, it's not really there's no upside there.
Yeah. John just did a 6-part series with Paul McCartney, and they actually got Jeff Emmerich, who produced Paul's original songs, to remix in Dolby Atmos for VR. So you can actually go and have a different experience. It's, I think it was Mull of Kintyre, it was one of his famous songs, but he went back in and did positional audio. So that's worth checking out for sure.
Yeah, I know our whole company's all about live performance in VR in like 3D, like think of gaming environments, but with DJs performing, so you can be co-president of the show to solve the Tomorrowland challenge, right? Not enough tickets, or you don't want to be in that crowd, or you don't want to go to Belgium, or you just want to go for 15 minutes. Like there's all sorts of friction points for people who love music, right? That are going to be reduced by VR. Same with story. There's also friction that's reduced by being able to bring these immersive experience, or immersive not going to be the word. It's going to be this new thing with what you're talking about with the AR in your brain, but neuroimmersive experiences. Neuroimmersive. Well, I'm sorry, I just coined a phrase, neuroimmersive. Live it. So I'm sorry. Go.
I just bought the domain. It's mine now.
Okay, neuroimmersive.net, super hot. Kleiner Perkins is on board. So, sorry.
Are you doing this with your own tools,
Yes.
platform, or basing a business on having to use Unreal or Unity or?
Oh, how are we doing it? Oh, is this a question?
Well, yeah, because I mean.
Oh, it's in Unity for now, but you got to just.
now.
Yeah, it's in Unity.
Okay.
Simple.
Everything, like 60% of all experiences are
Yeah.
built in Unity right now.
I can send you a code if you want to try it out. It's in Vive.
I was the follow-up question was,
Oh, sorry.
one of it about mom and pops that came a moment ago.
Oh.
You kind of you started the word skepticism. So
Sure.
It's gonna kill you.
Ah, that's okay.
Tools. Let's talk about tools for a moment. Ownership of tools. Artists owning their tools so that they can be a mom and pop or a small indie developer, and an industry can develop, opposed to having to give Unity 40% of everything you make once you start making something.
You don't have to give Unity everything you make. It's
Yeah.
just a license fee.
You can find print.
Well, no, I mean, we
Okay,
sell
you-
stuff. We
wait,
sell
wait,
stuff on.
You
we
cannot
sell
both
stuff on
ask
Vive.
and answer the question.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah.
It's no longer a question.
Yeah. I mean, we sell stuff on Vive, and we don't give them 40%. No one does. All mobile games are built. Like almost every mobile game that you see is built on Unity. They don't
Yeah.
give Unity 40% of their license fees.
Will, what do you got?
A hangover and.
Yes. That's okay, because we've got VR solutions for that.
Yeah, exactly.
At $1 million a minute, for any of the equivalent of independent film marketplace in VR. So for experiences that are independent shops that want to create premium VR, is there a path to that in the next 18 months in any of the panelists' minds? Or are we immediately priced out?
Yeah, think of that as being fully loaded, guild rates, with maybe an A-lister or two in the feature. So there's a lot of costs that you can take out. And right now, people are getting extraordinary projects done in kind, cameras being brought to the table, people working together to, stealing shots wherever you go. And then working as teams. I mean, it's a rough space, and people aren't willing to pony that much money up yet. But what that does is it puts a ceiling and a floor in there, that number, and then somebody can say, hey, I'm going to make an episodic. It's going to cost $12 million, and it's going to generate $102 million over the course of 12 months. Are you in? And that helps people understand what the cost benefit and the ROI is on.
I think he's asking maybe a little different. Like, is something going to democratize it so that he could drive his indie VR costs down and be like, sure, there's the $1 million a minute movie, right? We can go see Star Wars, but I don't want Star Wars. I just want to tell a story in my backyard, but it's really emotional. You're going to be feeling it. Can I do it for 50,000?
Well, there's also
There's an organization called Kaleidoscope, and their original mission was to create an open source workflow, essentially pipelines, so that people could contribute and improve it. I can assure you that will occur over time, and that pipeline is essential.
I've actually got a question for all five of you, which is shared knowledge. So it's actually very difficult to get knowledge. Like you were talking about directing, you're talking about Kaleidoscope. What resources do you recommend? This is people pre-selected. They want to know more on not just in this hour, but an ongoing basis. Where do you go to stay contemporary, to keep learning?
Well, yeah.
As things happen.
Honestly, we're sort of like the five of us are probably doing this stuff, So
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we look for peers. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
That's
look
what
at what our
I said,
friends are doing. We look at the, the things that are sort of like being shown to one of us, I'm going to go do the ear thing right after. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, nice.
So no, I'm not, but I mean, I'm saying, the reality of it is that there is not right now. I don't think. I mean, there's the new developer center at Oculus, which is sort of a move in that direction to kind of begin to teach people how to do this from a certain.
Does everyone know what he's
perspective.
talking about? Okay.
They have like a big school now
Yeah,
or
okay.
whatever. So in the end, I think it's one of those fields where it's sort of grassroots and exploding from the inside out. So, get immersed in it.
There are a lot of forums
Go make
right
stuff.
now, and there's a couple of people in the audience who've been working in the VR space for well over 20 years. Those forums will kind of resurrect themselves and filmmakers, and it's a community. I think for the most part, people are willing to reach out and work with each other. There are a few people that are starting not to do that, but those become proprietary environments anyways.
And they'll get wiped out.
I think there's a really good organization called Women in VR. Obviously, it's very specifically targeting women, but they have a lot of meetups and groups and information. So I have a lot of friends in that group, and they're really encouraging more female activity in VR. And then my other friends are on Upload VR, which is a really good resource actually for what's going on. They have daily newsletters and a really good Friday roundup of what's happening in the industry. And they also have links to new work all the time.
We do a VR meetup at our co-working space every month. Meets there, so just search VR.
Playa del Rey.
Yeah, Control Collective. Just search.
Oh, and the Halloween party.
Yeah.
I'm going to have
Yeah.
the Vice party. It's going to be
Yeah,
hot like fire.
we're owners
27th.
of Control Collective. So, I mean, if you search like VR LA Control Collective or VR LA meetups, there's monthly talks that talk about, like last month we did one that was all about user experience in VR, and we'll do one on the Sony lot, I think, coming up, and, so check that out.
Good.
We've become active in the World VR Forum as well, both in Europe and in Asia, and now in the U.S. So look for World VR Forum to begin spreading the news, if you will, as
Shout
well.
out to, I mean, I don't work with them, but VR Scout is in the same building.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
wow. So there's
partners
like a
of ours,
little
yeah.
hub.
They're a great community resource.
Yeah, they're awesome.
And local and community driven.
Cool. So good. So now everybody can stay in touch because we're out of time. People, it's been great. Thank you very much for your 75 minutes.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to the VR Creator and Experience Designer panel. You've survived so far, congratulations. I believe there is only one panel on VR right after this one. That will be the last one of this year's Digital Hollywood. I strongly encourage you to stick around for that one. It will also be very interesting. So, what about we go down the table and I will ask my dear panelists to introduce themselves and tell a little bit more about what you're doing and why you're here, why you're working in the virtual reality field as of today. I'm Celine Tricart. I'll be the moderator. I'm the founder of Lucid Dream Production, director and director of photography. So let's start with you, Edward.
My name's Edward. Hello. My name's Edward Button. I'm a director of photography. I come out of I'm a union DP who got into this world about 4 years ago. I went and partook in NYU's Media Lab, ITP, right when DK1 came out. And so sort of getting into gaming, physical computing, computational media, spatial media, this sort of work. So after that, I landed pretty squarely in cinematic VR, 360 video to start, and now we're working a bunch in the game engine. I recently shot Doug Liman's VR series, which was released this morning, the first episode, Invisible. So go to Samsung VR and watch it. We need everybody to watch everything 4 times so that this keeps happening. I've also done projects with The Mill, with Nani De La Pena, and I'm currently working. I've got a residency at Technicolor New York Postworks, where I'm working on a game engine project. A very artistic game engine project and developing live action work.
We have the trailer for Invisible, so let's take a look.
Sure, yeah. So this is the trailer for the series. Episode 1 was released this morning. I highly recommend looking at these things in goggles.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, sure.
They are an incredibly secretive family that has shied away from public scrutiny, usually behind layers of publicists, and carefully manage media relationships.
I, Dr. Richard Ashland, being of sound mind, have chosen to leave my entire fortune to my granddaughter Tatiana Ashland.
Where's Tatiana?
She's on her way to New York.
I want you to do something for me.
Girl is an Ashland. No one knows about her. We can do what we want with her. She's the key to our future.
You know, my grandfather left a message for me before he died. He said someone was going to kill him.
He was delusional.
Doesn't stop.
So it's a little hard to watch these things when you're scrolling around on a computer, but it's interesting. It's the first, well, it's being billed as the first narrative sort of series. I don't think it is, but it's pretty close to one of the first large production series with like heavy lighting and a lot of traditional cinema work. So check it out.
Yeah, that looks pretty amazing, even though it's very hard to watch.
Yeah, it's really hard to watch scrolling around, but there's a lot of action scenes. Simon Crane was one of the directors, who's a well-known stunt director and like second unit action director. He did Rogue One, as well as Doug and a couple of other directors as well. Shot like a series. It's 5 to 6, I think it's 5 episodes at this point.
All right, now we're gonna go to Chilla Anderson, who is the head of content relations for Nokia Technologies.
So my role at Nokia is actually to evangelize the technology with the creative community. So I'm here to talk about our camera and talk about our technology. And I welcome anybody who has some interest in talking about what we do. But I have a team of people who are doing productions and integrating with production teams, and we, we have a camera, virtual reality camera that Celine put up there. It's a 360 and it captures 360 3D virtual reality camera. It also captures sound. So as you can see on the picture, it's like a small ball, and there are 8 lenses in the small ball. And basically it outputs those 8 lenses and the 8 audio that is captured by the camera, 8 different spots through one single cable. So it's the ease of use with this camera has been one of the big pluses compared to some of the earlier rigs people were using. It also, every sensor has 2K by 2K resolution, and it has globally synced shutters between the 8 lenses. So we have been working with the creative community already, both bigger Hollywood studios and smaller studios, VR studios. And I wanted to talk about some of the pieces that we created, so you could check it out online. So we have a partnership with Disney, and we have released already one theatrical piece, which is the Pete's Dragon VR experience, which is available on Samsung VR and other YouTube as well, other platforms. It's basically a piece where you experience from Pete's point of view riding the dragon across a canyon. It's a very interesting experience. It's also, I think some of these pieces I'm talking about, I think the camera is really favored by filmmakers for rigging options, which is really, it's really portable, it's light, it's a small footprint, so people prefer when you can hang it out of the helicopter, you can put it on a cable cam. So another piece we have just released 2 weeks ago is a music video with OneRepublic, and it was a partnership with Universal Music Group and Here Be Dragons and MPC. And we have basically put a camera and guided the viewer across an alley from one room to another. It's a story about a girl and a boy who are noticing each other across an alley. They live across a narrow alley. And with the help of the cable cam, we transported the viewer to one room, to the street, to the other room, and kind of guided them through the story. And the third piece I wanted to mention, which we're most proud of at the moment actually, it's Argos, the Argos file, which won the Proto Awards 2 weeks ago for Best Live Action. And it's a crime resolution by reliving somebody else's memory, which is you relive the murder victim's memory, you become that other person, and the whole story is told in POV. So it's, again, another way of guiding the user through a story. It's a POV perception. So it's very, very challenging, or how should I say, it's a very revolutionary content because it uses everything that was told, we were told not allowed to do in VR, which is fast cuts, dark environments, visual effects integration into light longs, and all sorts of things. Moving the camera. Actually, the main actor, the victim, he's walking around with the camera above his head. So, it went a lot of work into making that work, and it's amazing.
All right, and right next to Chilla, we have Andrew Wilson, who happened to have directed a movie with the Nokia Ozo and survived to tell about it. It's his
2-for-1 pictures.
Do you want to tell me more about, introduce
Ozo
yourself
there on the right.
and the shoot?
We were lucky enough to be hired by Shinola, which is a kind of they make bikes and leather goods, and they're based in Detroit, and they're part of kind of they position themselves as kind of part of the Detroit resurgence. So they asked us to just do a kind of a factory tour in 3D, and we'd never worked in this in this environment before with these cameras. So it was a huge learning experience for us. When I see what you guys are working on, it's incredible what the possibilities and what's out there. You really, just in the short time that I worked on it, you could, the mind races with the possibilities. So, yeah, it was a really exciting thing. Even though it's sort of a relatively mundane, kind of basically an industrial. I think it's still, and we sort of really just scratched the surface of the possibilities of the technology. So when I see what you guys are working on, that's really kind of much more kind of pushing the limit and really exciting. But I think there's obviously all sorts of applications.
And finally, we have Rory, who will introduce yourself, and I would like you to talk specifically about a project that you did that I really like, that was shot at the Ella River.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Elaine. My name is Rory Mitchell. I'm a co-founder of Beard and Glasses VR with my partners Dan Lickblau and Josh Poland. We are a boutique VR studio based in downtown LA. We've done some branded content for Kettle One and some documentary work for the Department of Cultural Affairs, and just finished up a couple of our first narratives, a couple of love stories. But the project that I'm here to talk about is called Tom Explores Los Angeles. This comes out of, or Tom wanders around Los Angeles. For a while, it was a historical consultant as well as a theater director doing research into the built environment. I met Tom. This led to making short history documentaries about Los Angeles, and led to meeting Tom Carroll, who's had a YouTube show called Tom Explores Los Angeles, and we decided to make a short VR piece about the history of the LA River, specifically the confluence of the Arroyo Seco and the LA River, which you may be better acquainted with for being the intersection of the 5 and the 110. And after doing a lot of research, it turned out that there was an incredible amount of history based in that one location. And we have a clip from it. This picks up right after Tom has skateboarded in, hopped off his skateboard, informed you that when the Spanish explorers arrived in Los Angeles, this was their first sight of Los Angeles.
And we know that because we have access to their travel journal, and I have a quote here. I'll read it real quick. We entered a very spacious valley, well grown with cottonwoods and alders, among which ran a beautiful river from the north-northwest. Towards the north-northeast, there is another riverbed which forms a spacious watercourse, but we found it dry. Dry, or in Spanish, Arroyo Seco, dry creek, dry wash. Jump to 1781, the year the Pueblo of Los Angeles is founded. 44 people make their way up from Mexico and found the Pueblo of Los Angeles. And that first piece of infrastructure that I talked about was right here. It was a dam. They dammed part of the LA River, and that water fed the Pueblo. Next door, we have this green bridge. That green bridge is a legacy of the Southern Pacific Railroad. They made their connection in 1876. LA was then connected to the Transcontinental Railroad. It brought in people, it brought in goods, and it really allowed Los Angeles to grow to 1.5 million people in 1938. 1938, that same year, we had a terrible flood, an incredibly destructive flood. We actually have footage of the flood. If we look over here, we can see just how devastating the waterway of the LA River was. Just millions of dollars worth of damage. So the city leaders knew they had to do something about it, so they contacted the Army Corps of Engineers. And the Army Corps employed 17,000 people to lay 2 million cubic yards of concrete along all 51 miles of the LA River. While they were doing that, the 110 freeway was being built. The first freeway west of the Mississippi was being built. We also call it the Arroyo Seco Parkway, and it's called that because it follows the path of the Arroyo Seco. It goes all the way up into Pasadena. And that's interesting because that is the same path that the Native Americans took for thousands of years. Because it was a dry creek, it was an easy pathway up to what we now know as the San Gabriel Valley. And we know that because we have access to the...
All right. So thank you so much. I really like this piece. I think this is a beautiful use of virtual reality. I've learned, so I literally live 5 minutes from this location. I've learned, and I've shot a movie about the Ella River, as you know, and I've learned a lot, and it was beautiful use of 360. So, Chilla, I have a question for you. As the head of content relation for Nokia, what are your thoughts on what's the type of content that's particularly fit for virtual reality? There's a lot of people who talk about documentaries, of course, live, horror, genre. What are your thoughts on cinematic VR and the type of content?
Yeah, I think I got really excited about the POV content lately because we did the Argos piece where you can become somebody else, and you can. I think guidance is very important in 360. Like, think about when you write as a writer, how you're going to guide your audience, still giving them the freedom to look around, ideally even interact with the content if that's possible. But there's a way of guiding through, but you experience what that victim is experiencing, the violence or the love or the thrill or whatever. I think in POV that's really interesting exploration. There was another piece of content done with also in POV called Defrost, which Randall Kaiser's episodic. He shot 12 episodes, and that's a woman who has been frozen and wakes up and meet her family again after 30 years. And it's just a wonderful way of becoming somebody else. You really think when you watch the content, you become that person. So I think POV is one example, but in general, I think where you can create the sense of presence, where things are happening, the interesting things happening around the camera within 15 feet, when things unfold when a story could be told that it is near the viewer and it can be experienced by the viewer, like he or she is there, or he or she become this other person, or go to this other place.
And Andrew, in the Shinola film, you decided to take the first-person point of view. The actor, your Luke, is talking directly to the camera, so we'll feel like we're there. But also, as a director in virtual reality, there is a lot of losses. We lose the frame, the close-ups, all those little things that also very important for comedy. So what are your thoughts on directing for virtual reality and those losses?
Well, I think you do lose some things. I think you probably gain. I think the pros outweigh the cons. Some of the things like the camera not moving, I think forced us to try to come up with some other kind of more creative solutions. We didn't, we sort of settled on this kind of man on the street, Letterman-esque style out of necessity. We didn't have a lot of time to prep or plan. There was no real script, so we just decided to shoot a ton of footage and see if we could cobble together three or four funny minutes. But I think, the next time I'd like to have something much more carefully planned and scripted and really kind of take advantage of the technology. I mean, we did a couple of shots, I think, that are fun, but again, like when I see what you guys are doing and when you have a kind of a more careful plan, I think you can really take advantage of the phenomenal
So there is a lot of losses, but what you're saying is, wow, we're also gaining by doing virtual reality.
For sure. I mean, I think it's like some of the things like the sound cues and things like that you can use, and I mean, I'm really just learning myself, so I feel like there's a tremendous amount of opportunity. It way outweighs the things that you have to do differently.
Make sure you speak on the microphone.
Sorry. You mentioned something really, really good, though, that you don't really lose your close-ups. They're just much harder to get, and you have to get creative about how you make that impact. So you say, well, we want to make this impact that we would traditionally make a close-up or an insert shot on a 135 millimeter lens. So instead, we've got to get creative how to make that exact same impact with other devices. And they could be literally a traditional close-up, but using those other devices, we can still make the same point.
Absolutely.
And that's where the creative, it's a really good point, I think.
So thank you, because you're introducing my next question. That's for you, and it's on cue. We have some lights on your face, so we can talk about cinematography now. It's funny because on your profile photo there, you're with a film camera, and you come from traditional cinematography, just like I do. So my question for you is, do you think being a DP in virtual reality, do you think you need this wealth of knowledge coming from film and traditional cinema and bring that knowledge into VR? Or do you think that DPs that are maybe younger and just starting, doesn't have this knowledge, can also have like a place in VR, maybe fresher ideas? Or what are your thoughts on that?
That's actually a really good question. I think it's absolutely beneficial to have that sort of traditional background. When I went to AFI, and when I went to film school, we were taught like very specific conversations that have been happening for decades. We have the same terminology that we use. We can go anywhere in the world and work with anybody who's a professional, and we're going to say this even across languages. We understand how to communicate. So I do think there's a place. You don't have to have that. One of the lovely parts of the technology is that you could just place a camera in a room, like one of these two-lens cameras, and work. And I think I encourage everybody to do that. Everybody should shoot. But I think there's absolutely something to be learned from that traditional background. One of them being communication, for example. Like you lose 30 seconds of setup or a minute of setup over a month, you're losing a day of shooting. There's a lot of how we plan things out, how we think about light. That's really important. One of the things when we shot Invisible, we didn't really have successful video taps yet. I think your camera was the only one that actually could be monitored. At the time, I mean, we were like, hacking a Theta on top so the director could watch something. But what was really special about it is it actually brought me back to a really traditional cinematography background, is that we had to use our eyes. Our video tap was like looking down a tube next to the camera where you were looking through a Leica where you saw the action. So, one of the things that's really important to learn, there's a lot to learn from a traditional cinematography background where you're not going to see what you've actually shot till the next day. Use your light meter to know, hey, I've got that exposure outside, to test your camera so you know what's happening. The old world of cinematography, you call the lab and you get 3 numbers, and those 3 numbers, red, green, and blue, or however you want to do it, are going to tell you everything you need to know about your image because you saw it with your eyes and you know how much silver essentially turned over in the film. And that's all we needed to know. Now we have all these complications. So I think like learning to say, hey, let's use our eyes. Let's go back to the day, back into the traditional thing. We'll plan our stuff out, stop, bend over wherever the camera is, look at the look around us and say, do we believe this world? And that's something that I think actually started to be lost with digital cinematography, is that we just suddenly started looking at a screen. You get stuck in another room with a director. You're not even in the room because you've got a screen in traditional, and then you've got to hide in VR. So like some of that traditional things of like, let's stand here together, look at the scene, prep for it, all of that work I think is extremely valuable. At the same time, it's not a barrier to entry, which is wonderful, and allows it allows people to do things that don't necessarily have that background.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you.
Mike, I want to quote Mike Woods. He's was formerly at Framestore and has White Rabbit VR, and he says, your first instinct, and I've experienced this on almost every shoot I've been on, your first instinct as, I say, a producer or director is to get rid of your DP. What do I need him for? There's no light, everything's available light. And then your second instinct is something else, and your third instinct is get the phone, I hope he's still available. And one of that, or they're still available. And I don't think that that's necessarily that you necessarily always need a DP, but I think you need that knowledge as a director. You need to have that knowledge is very, very useful, because something gets lost.
I totally agree, yeah. I mean, on the kids' music video, we used a lot of time on lighting, and I think you almost need a set designer as well who kind of hide the lights, because in 360, you will see everything. It's not like, traditional that you light it behind the camera and then you don't see the lights, just action.
No, and that's one of the reasons your piece looks so good and has no grain and is not flat, is that it's totally lit, and it's lit so well that like most people don't realize it's lit. One of the great things about this format is it can absorb non-motivated light. I find it can absorb overlighting. I mean, we overlit about half of Invisible, and it totally works. But that's one of the reasons your piece looks so good. I was like almost shocked. I was like, that's the Nokia that I saw? It looks great. But one of the reasons is that it's lit. It's like, in essence, it is like film. You have to expose for the medium and be aware of that.
I'm very sad that our sound friend didn't make it to the panel, but he was texting me at 4 a.m., so I'm guessing I know why he didn't make it. So we're gonna go to you, Rory, because so many times producer come and ask me, hey, we can't afford an Ozo, we cannot afford a Jaunt one. Is VR, can we still do VR? What can we do as an independent production company that doesn't have a lot of money? Is it accessible? And so can you tell me a little bit more about your piece, like the type of budget we're talking about, and how did you make that happen?
Yes, I certainly hope it's possible. No, we had no budget for this. We just had 4 months. Luckily, we've gotten some branded work to carry us through these things and give us the freedom to make our passion projects. But yeah, we've always subscribed to the idea that who or what you're pointing the camera at is far more important than what the actual camera is. In this piece, and a lot of that goes into story, a lot of that goes into pre-production and figuring out how you're going to tell the story and what the most fun story could be. So with this, we knew that we wanted to do a VR piece about the river, and we thought that doing it in a single location and showing all of the history that came through that one place would be more fun for the 360 degrees. We also knew that it was going to be visually interesting because of the sheer amount of concrete that's down there in the confluence. Like, those walls are probably 30 feet high around you. And also, we knew it was a little dangerous down there, and we think that that's one of the best uses of VR, is to take you places that are either not safe or are not affordable or are in some way like a prohibitive place. And the story of the LA River is the story of its flooding. This is why we have those high walls there, and when the rains start, that river can rise very quickly. So it's not safe to go down there. It's almost like an AR piece in a way, in that if you were down there, we could have brought all of that stuff up in AR goggles. So this is kind of a faux AR piece. And then we, as far as actual production, like, we went, and because we didn't have access to the fine technology of being able to actually see what the hell was happening at that time, we went and pre-shot everything. We went down there and did a test to see how far away from the camera he was, where the camera should be. We shot that a couple of times, and research and story and all that.
That's a beautiful message of hope.
Good.
Do you think there is also room for indie VR filmmaking in terms of distribution and visibility?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think especially right now in VR, there's still, as you've heard, there's still a dearth of content. There's not a lot of stuff out there, like new voices, people, especially, talent that hasn't used 360 yet, bringing fresh ideas into it. Like, the Shinola piece has got some of the best vibes of any VR piece out there. Like, it's just like, it's categorically different from other stuff that we've seen. But there's a lot of opportunity. Facebook 360, YouTube 360. These videos work very well for the larger public. People are still amazed by it, and it really opens up whole new vistas in storytelling. I think there are a lot of interesting debates as far as like how it gets made right now that I think allow for a big, people can make stuff, get it seen, and maybe one day monetize it.
Yourself, what camera do you own or rent for your project?
We use a variety. We use a couple of different GoPro-based cameras, one of which we modified with 195-degree fisheye lenses, which let you get much closer to the camera.
And if I had like a budget of like $500, can I buy cameras?
Oh yeah, I think you should get this fine Samsung gear right there and just start making stuff and figuring out how it works.
That's the best one for a couple $100, and it actually does a really good job.
All right, I'm gonna go back to you, Chilla. Now, so this is definitely the entry level of VR. We have the high-end with the Ozo, the Jaunt. There's the Google Odyssey, a couple of other high-end cameras. What is the future for those cameras? Because we know that light fields around the corner, photogrammetry, volumetric capture. Do you want to talk a little bit about those technology, and do you think there is still room for a traditional camera in virtual reality in the next 10 years?
Yeah, I think, the camera is going to improve in a sense. I mean, today, some of the cameras, all the cameras have different capability, but if we look at, most of the cameras, they have room for improvement for various reasons, either the form factor or the resolution or dynamic range. So I think those things will catch up pretty quickly to the current, cameras and the traditional cameras, the 2D or 3D cameras. So I think that's one thing. I think also we need to think about cameras for different purposes, for high-end cinematic pieces versus, like news reporting, where I just need to be really quick and portable and get there and get the story and go. So also cameras that can be, put on a drone, and so we have done with our camera, but there's a couple of things, need to improve.
But more and more people are using, instead of shooting with a camera, that's only lets you basically look around. You can't do room scale, which is being able to physically move in the VR. So a lot of people are starting doing photogrammetry. Are you guys familiar with photogrammetry? Yes? No? Do you want? No? I see a no. Photogrammetry is basically, you want to scan a room, you take a bunch of photos, very detailed photos of a room, and then using either a laser-based positioning system or GPS, you can replace the photo and you rebuild this room using photos or real texture into a game engine, for example, for virtual reality. And volumetric capture, so photogrammetry is what we call inside out. We shoot from inside to outside. Volumetric capture is kind of the equivalent to capture a performance of an actor, where we have like a bullet time system, a lot of cameras surrounding an actor that's playing its part, and we're capturing the actor from all the angles, and then we recreate this actor in 3D in a game engine, again using the capture from all those cameras. So what those technologies are allowing you to is having a quality that's close to live action, close to realism, but being able to do interactive or room scale experiences. Very quick explanation. So what do you think VR, we will still be doing 360, like not being able to move in a scene in 10 years?
No, I'm actually very excited about, and hopefully shooting very soon a piece with the volumetric or the photogeometry kind of solution, where you actually allow the viewer to interact with the story. So you can go closer to things. If you want to go closer to that plant in the corner, you can start walking towards, and you actually catching up and feel like you're walking towards that, and interact with different other actors or whatever in the story. I think that's fascinating opportunity. And how do you write for that? I think it's also very interesting. Like, the writer really have to know this technology well before it can write for this, because you have to have different versions of the story depending on where the viewer choose to go or choose to do.
What, Edward, do you want to talk more about photogrammetry? Have you?
Yeah, I've worked a bunch with photogrammetry, and photogrammetry is really interesting. What I was thinking is also, a photogrammetry experience where you have, you have agency and you have your first person. That's one sort of thing, and 360 video is, you're stuck more like a movie in empathy. In a video game you have ego, in a movie you have empathy, right? And so some of the experiences we're talking about are like walking a slippery slope between the two. But I personally think, I'm totally thrilled. I've done photogrammetry work. I think it's awesome. I love it. But I think we're just, 360 video has a ton of legs. There's an absolute place for it. People don't always want to walk around. A lot of times, this is why the television has been so popular, where you just want to sit back and watch it and slip away and not have to think and not have to do. So I think 360 video absolutely has a lot of legs, while at the same time, the more gaming-oriented experience with first person is absolutely fascinating, and something where us as directors and cinematographers also need to look, because it's just as relevant in that world. It's just a real-time world. But I think you've got tons of video legs.
Yeah.
We're just beginning to figure out placement of cameras, cutting. All of these things just really beginning.
Yeah, I agree. I think we just, having enough challenges with this one camera or a couple of cameras, I think, but it's definitely coming, and I'm very excited about that topic.
Yeah, you're raising a good point about that. One is not necessarily the future of the other. It's about being active or being passive.
There's different genres.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, with 360 video, we're at the place, like, if you've noticed, anytime you've shown somebody VR, they have an aha moment. So we're like that time where we're like a year past Lumiere's train going, as people are still like, oh, and everybody sees it. Oh, there's a physical reaction to it. So we're just beginning there.
So Andrew, you've finished your first VR film. Hopefully you'll do some more. If you could, what have you learned? If you go back to Detroit tomorrow, reshoot that movie, what would you do differently?
Well, I think kind of what I was saying before. I mean, I think this worked kind of for sort of guerrilla style shooting from the hip. But I would like to try to, have something, scripted and more planned, something that really utilizes the technology. And then there's, our thing was funny. The things that are theoretically funny, most of the examples of work that I've seen have been kind of more serious. The Cirque du Soleil
Why do you think that is? Why do you think there is so little comedies in VR?
I don't know. Maybe because it's like what Edward was saying. We're just sort of starting out, and the things that you saw when film was first starting out were kind of more, more action oriented, or it's like you'd see a horse running or something like that. And then I don't know. I actually don't know enough about
Comedy is the hardest genre, period, because it's all dependent on timing. Right? Getting that laugh, it's all timing.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the close-up thing that we were talking about. Not being able to get a close-up and just a little quick solution. The thing that we had, Luke was doing just a bit in front of the camera, and then we wanted to have him say something funny, kind of in a close-up, and realized it didn't work. So we just ended up starting him farther back, redoing his bit, and then having him take a step in to that spot, and it worked great. And those kinds of little things, those kinds of little solutions, I think, kind of are stimulating and fun to kind of come up with. I feel like I would like another shot at it. It's like a classic kind of case about things you wish you'd done differently. It's such a hard question. Everything, I guess, is the answer.
Yeah.
To a certain extent. But it's just so stimulating and so much fun to experiment with. And
it was a very interesting process for me just to look at you and Luke working together. And, having Diozo, we had the live preview from the camera and blocking the shot, looking at it, and now it's a bit off, and changing the blocking again and looking at the shot. And there's a lot of rehearsal involved and a lot of changing little things between takes. And, it really felt like you were learning by doing and constantly changing things, you and
yeah,
Luke.
I think it was a 2-day shoot, and after the first day, we kind of got together and like, man, we need to figure out a couple shots that really utilize the technology. So I think the second day even, it's that kind of a learning curve, or at least it was for us. It's so steep and fast that the second day, I think we got a lot better stuff because we were thinking kind of really concentrating on the technology.
I wanted to mention that I think when you asked about the photogeometry and other stuff, I think we start to move the camera just now. Like in the beginning, I think everybody believed the camera should not move, and I think some people still shooting with that mindset. Now that you actually start moving people while you tell the story, while you show them, try to create that presence in movement, I think that's already just a new subject still that people still need to experiment with and get better at it, so that passive entertainment experience you get not just in one position, but start using some of the traditional techniques. And how do you do that in VR? I think that's also new.
Yeah,
people will acclimate too.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only us learning, but the audience learning.
Yeah, there's like when we do dailies, it was like, okay, we have 3 people watching, one with a steel stomach, one that's normal, one that gets sick at everything. and finding out. And so some of that is the feeling of vertigo when you move the camera. The other part of that is that your viewer and your audience is not yet acclimated to this environment. And once they do, we'll have more freedom as well.
It's insane how fast things are going in the VR world. I mean, if you go back to film history, so cinema was invented, and then 1 or 2 years later, there was the first traveling, which was literally just putting the camera in a boat in Venice, and that was the first traveling, and then the first cuts and the first, close-up, and those were years apart from each other. And in 6 months, in 1 year in VR, it looks like we are reinventing the wheel again, and not moving the camera, and then suddenly we start moving the camera and cutting. Supposedly we're supposed to do very long shots, stay at least 10, 15 seconds. And I've seen pieces, including the Shinola piece, as a shot in there that has only 6 seconds and works just great for many different reasons. So it's a constant evolution of and learning curve, not only us, but yes, the audience. I think you had a question.
Yeah. This is kind of relating to camera movement, but also blocking. I know, Mitchell, you said that you had shot something, and then you went and checked on it, and then you did like a pre-shoot, and then moved back. And you guys, Wilson, you said you did it over a course of a couple days. I know I spoke with you, Ed, about shooting something and then giving a week to check it, and then go back and reshoot whatever doesn't work. I was curious, like general for many of you, what sort of rehearsal time you want to plan, and obviously it's dependent upon the script and the story and or no script. But is there a rehearsal time with the actors? What does that involve? How long should you equate to do that?
We just we just finished these love stories, and one of them was done with an immersive theater playwright that we've worked with, and so we had 2 theater actors, and we rehearsed for probably a week and a half, 2 weeks, each scene, and we pre-shot some of those scenes as well before actually shooting them. So we kind of rehearsed it like we would rehearse a play.
And when you rehearse, do you actually shoot with the camera and look at it, or what do you do physically as a director? Because there is no angle camera or anything. So how do you look at the scene?
Looking at the scene like a person, as though if I were in this room with these people, like creeping on them, where would I want to stand or sit so that I could kind of have the most interesting experience of this interaction between these people, and then kind of thinking of it in terms of classic stagecraft and like moving people further and closer away to kind of draw attention and kind of how they are. So we would have rehearsals, and then we would shoot those rehearsals, and then we would look at those rehearsals and show the actors their performances in the headsets, kind of like the way you guys did too.
It's really, really interesting to talk about stagecraft. First of all, rehearsals coming from the film world, it's like you're just lucky if you get it. And you get an in-demand actor, you just want as much time as possible. But the stagecraft thing is a big deal. Like, a seasoned film actor is going to know when they see a 135 millimeter lens or a 200 millimeter lens come on that they need to slow their action down, because if they move if they go like this, they're going to move 50 feet across the screen. So they get that. But with VR, it's like action's happening over there, and the actor over here is just sort of standing there, and they kind of forget that they're on camera. So showing them the work and including them in that process, which maybe breaks one of the traditional rules. Like a lot of actors, they don't want to see their dailies, they don't want to know anything about it. But in this format, I think through rehearsals, that's actually a really good point. Because you're blocking your you're blocking your actor to the camera, the camera. So your actor, whereas normally you move the camera to the actor, it's like the opposite way around. So getting them on board and everybody working together, I think is a really important thing that helps facilitate the process of an interesting scene.
Yep, so we have this real-time monitoring, and it can be replayed. So we always show the actors in the beginning, during rehearsal, this is how it looks, what you're doing. And usually the reaction is very, very, violent, because like, oh, wow, this is crazy, and I can see everything. And, they cannot imagine that. You really have to see it, and I think it's a big part of it.
And it brings on, then, sort of aware of, let's say, method acting is really good, because, it's all the time, and everything is on camera. Even if the viewer is not looking at that or guided to a different position, everything's on camera all the time.
That's huge. Having actors that can perform in uninterrupted takes and maintain that performance over, I think like the longest scene, the breakup scene, is probably like 6 minutes. And that was just, that's a scene from a play, basically.
The actors with stage craft that have gone into film, let's say, or in television spend a lot of time, like, love it, because it's like back to that really present performance. Totally. They love it, which is great. We need them.
What was the process with Luke on the Shinola piece?
Excuse me?
What was the process with
Well,
Luke?
it was sort of because of the kind of man on the street style that we were doing. We really didn't rehearse. I mean, we blocking things. We spent time on that, but because Luke was talking to people that worked in the factory, we wanted to keep that stuff spontaneous.
So a lot of improv.
Yeah, a lot of improv. I mean, how long is it till they put one of these cameras right in the middle of a stage, in New York on Broadway?
Yeah, they already are.
Yeah, are they?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's
Hamilton did something like that.
Did they? Oh.
Yeah, and they've done a couple of things like that.
Oh, that's got to be incredible.
They did a Lion King, which is pretty
Yeah.
wild to be up there with all these crazy puppets and stuff. Like, it's a
And of
different-
course
whole
the
different experience.
Cirque du Soleil, Felix and
That
Paul.
Cirque du Soleil is the thing that you showed me.
That's
was
the first thing I showed
mind-boggling,
you, yeah.
But to speak to what you're talking about, I mean, there's different styles with all of it, but one of the things we really referenced was like early Robert Altman, where,
Totally.
because you've got to, it's not I speak, you speak, I speak, you speak. Everyone's stepping on each other, and that's the way the real world is. And so some of, that improvised thing is really important as well.
There's a piece at Sundance last year, Hard World for Small Things. If you ever get a chance to check it out, it's really one of like the best dramatic things that have been made. Directed by Yannick Sabravo. You're in a car going down through South LA, and they really just create the sense of a community going on around you. There are 7 different conversations happening, and depending on which way which direction you're looking, the entire time you get different stories. Just from one static location in the back of this car. It's pretty remarkable.
That piece really works because you're in a confined location. You've got, and you have all of that going on. So it's somewhere you would really be. That piece really works.
It's incredible. Just Altman-esque is just the
it's
guide,
that
stone.
12-track audio.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Is there any other question before we go back? Yes.
For those of us like me coming from traditional filmmaking and screenwriting, this is a very hard concept to wrap our heads around, I think, of how we either abandon the kind of narrative storytelling we've been doing in order to embrace a new kind of storytelling, which I think so far in what I've seen in VR, those have been the most interesting and effective kinds of things that are experiential and that are informational. Or, are we just not really seeing yet somebody find a way to tell stories that have been told in the past? I mean, just to use 3D for an example. You see a movie like Wizard of Oz, which was pre-3D, and you think, oh, that would be a great 3D movie. The only movie that I can think of that I would think of as a VR movie is that movie where it goes through the Tibetan Book of the Dead, where the guy dies and floats around. What's it called? Into the Void? Is that what it's called? Kind of obscure, but it would make a...
Enter the Void?
Enter the Void, yes. Enter the Void. It would make a really interesting VR movie. But after that, my mind kind of can't think of any others. I'm wondering, those of you who've worked in both, if you have any thoughts about films that are kind of, in your mind, good templates to have been a VR experience. So those of us who haven't had your experience yet might be thinking along those lines.
Well, one of the things that really worked in Invisible, from what I've seen, is split screen. So stuff from the 70s that uses a lot of split screen and stuff. Movies that have, like stories that are out there already. I mean, Shakespeare comes to mind right away because it's generally designed around theater in the round, right? But we don't want to just say, hey, this is just, we're filming a stage play here. Yeah. We want to evolve it. But stories are stories, there's 9 stories or 15 stories total? There's a number. I don't remember what it is offhand, but there's only so many stories, and we retell them in different ways consistently. So I think that's a hard question. I think it's more, how do we tell the story?
Yeah,
It's not so
thank
much
you.
what the story content is, it's how do we tell that story? You know, if it's a love story, are we telling it from multiple perspectives? Are we telling it from, so how we execute is I think almost a bigger question than what type of story.
I
think
I would recommend to watch a lot of VR. You can just put on the goggles and watch it to really understand the medium. I'm not coming from a traditional filmmaker background, so I might be wrong about this, but I think that's how most of the people who coming from that background told me they learned about the medium. It's just watching other people's content.
Yeah, I think there is also the low-hanging fruits of horror, sci-fi, about like being there. Like The Matrix comes to mind immediately. I know you're into sci-fi. I've seen your movie, but at the same time, Rory over there has done a couple of love stories in VR, which is probably the least expected genre in virtual reality. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Where do you put the
Very,
spectator?
very, very close. Like it's maybe uncomfortably intimate at some points. Well, no, it's also invigorating. It's maybe, it's a whole different way. I think that pretty much I could see a way to tell The Godfather in VR, and it would be awesome because you'd be sitting there in the darkened room with Don Corleone, and you'd feel like you were in there with that. Like I'm pretty sure that I think that pretty much any 2D movie could be remade as a VR piece. There might be some, pacing shifts, but that story is still the same. Still the same story. I think that maybe people get caught up in we've had this idea of what VR is for 30 years now, and we kind of have it associated with sci-fi things or whatever. But it's really just another medium for telling all of the stories that we've been telling for thousands and thousands of years.
Another low-hanging fruit, which I'm assuming they're going to do a great job with, is something like Ready Player One. I mean, that's what the story's about, so it fits.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
I was wondering if any of you have had any experience using or working with omnidirectional treadmills to move around in VR.
Good question.
Is that like putting a rock in one hip, and as we walk forward, it rotates? Is that what you mean, or?
It's like a real treadmill, and you have the headset, and when you work in the virtual world, you can actually physically walk in all directions.
And then as the treadmill
Yeah.
moves the story
I
forward.
have so far only very bad experiences with that. Like, gotten very sick because there's always a very slight. It's never perfect. There's always a little bit sync issue between what you see and what you physically do, and that I'm one of those people who get sick very easily. But that being said, I believe in the future I'm room scale VR. I have an HTC Vive that let me do room scale, and it's, for me, the best experience I've ever had was in the HTC Vive. So I think the treadmills and all that stuff will be more location-based VR, so arcades, where you go and have very high-end VR experiences that are mostly games. Maybe one day we'll do stories you can walk in the story world forever. I don't know.
There was a really successful project that I saw. It was out of the program I went to, ITP at NYU, and it was just very, very simple. A guy, he put out a tricycle. You sit on the tricycle, and when you pedal, the video moves forward. And when you stop pedaling, the video stops. It was like a moving shot. So as you pedaled, it just triggered the video to roll. And he recreated the hallway scene from The Shining, right? And it wasn't a great, it was a prototype project, right? But it was really successful because you had to do something with your body while it moved, which gave you the sensation to connection and got rid of the vertigo. Essentially, what happens is you get sick because of vertigo, because of no connection to your body. And it was really, really successful. But again, that's something you're not going to serve at home. That is location-based, and that's one of the reasons. In China, there's a $1 billion industry this year, so far. It's pretty big compared to what we're doing here.
I just want to close the panel. We have 1 more minute because we're storytellers and we all think about the future. What is the boldest thing you've seen or you've done in virtual reality that you want to talk about and you think that's something that's is going to become a norm in the future?
Start down there.
Something very bold.
Start down there. Start down there.
That you've seen or done.
Well, I don't want to repeat what I said earlier. I think I talked about the three pieces that I'm most proud of. That
One
move
thing.
The camera. Moving the camera.
Moving the camera.
Yeah, moving the camera.
What is the boldest move you've seen in VR?
The person walking with the camera all the time on the
On
head,
it.
above the head. It was a shoulder rig. He was wearing the weight on his shoulders, but the camera was above his head. And you know, he slide down an escalator. He walks around. He get punches, and you know, making that in VR, I think it's very challenging to not get the viewer sick.
We did, and I don't know how much of it actually makes the series, so I don't know if you'll see it, but we experimented with a lot of handheld work and how to operate handheld work. And I feel like you can hold, after what I saw, you can hold handheld for, well, in traditional, let's say 20 to 30 frames, so about a second, you know, and you can punctuate with it, but how you physically shoot a handheld scene, I think was the most extreme thing we did.
Andrew?
Yeah, I don't have enough experience with it. I mean, I think the coolest thing I've seen is probably the Cirque du Soleil piece that you showed me.
So that was,
when
it's
we
called
first-
Box of Curios. It's Felix and Paul Studios who did Cirque du Soleil. So
But I mean, because of the envelope being pushed so fast, I think it's more kind of about the future almost. I mean, that's something that's been done. It's really cool. So I mean, I can't wait to see your show. The things that are being done is I think is obviously where the most excitement is. The things that are coming in the future.
We did a lot of crazy stuff that it will not be, didn't make it. You know, like I'd say 50% did not make it.
I want to see
Because
that.
it didn't necessarily, because it didn't work, and that's part of the experimenting
that's what
process.
it's about.
That's
Rory?
that's what's so fantastic about it. I think that like moving can be. I've seen some really exciting moving shots. I've seen some really like awesome edits that have worked. I think the Felix and Paul stuff. If you get a chance to watch anything that Felix and Paul have done, it's pretty much they're cut above everything else that's being made. They have a proprietary camera system, but I think the boldest thing might be just at this point having a static camera in one place and moving people around it. And trying to do something interesting with that.
Good one. All right, thank you very much for your. Please stick around.
Anna Marie Piersimoni, and we can actually see the screen, which is a great thing today. A little bit of my background: I now instruct at Cal State Northridge, class in New Directions in Digital Media. Really starts in old directions and leads into everything from VR and AR to robotics and AI. Before that, I was in fine arts. I went to an art school, actually. Then I worked in the industry, commercial, e-entertainment, ABC, public television, and then did workshops and professional development things at the American Film Institute. So there, starting with enhanced television, interactive TV, and then around the digital content lab. And actually did a K-12 screen education program as well. So we're going to be talking a lot about screens and where and how we are seeing things. So that's sort of why I'm in this space. And let me just get my notes back up. We have a great panel here. How many people, just to get guests in the room first, how many people here have used virtual reality? That's actually a lot, more than there was in May. How many people here have used augmented reality? Not quite as much. How many people know the difference between them? Oh, good. That's good. You sure? How many people know? Yeah, right. How many think there's a difference? So who knows mixed reality? Right. Okay. So maybe HoloLens might be a good example of that. We were talking about it earlier. I'm starting to feel, especially after days here, that what we have going is a mixed up reality. We're facing yes. We're facing a lot of things. You probably have heard a lot of buzzwords over the course of the week, if you've been here, or even the day, about presence, empathy, and VR, the empathy machine. Ever heard the term walking the plank? Talk about real. There is an application. Some people have fallen off that plank. In the old days, we had things, and it's been talked about here in Interactive, leaning forward. Leaning back, rather, or sitting forward, how involved you are in something and actually acting within it. Do you relax or do you immerse yourself? We've been talking about storytelling. People have suggested that maybe it's story living, story experiencing. So our production language is changing. It's changed through all these different iterations, and maybe our actual language is changing as well. Possibly cognitively we're changing. Our first panelist comes from many different realities herself, many worlds within that. Art, film background actually, film studies, software development, and absolutely works in the, what I like to call the natural physical world, so we can make that distinction. So she makes art, has developed augmented reality, and she's going to concentrate a little bit on that, even though AR wasn't in the title of this panel. So I would like to introduce Zenka.
Hi, good evening.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Okay, so we will start a little bit about giving you a background of what I do. I'm a sculptor, and I started getting interested in these headsets and the evolution of where they've all been going. And I use Raku, which kind of makes futuristic stuff look like it's from the past. And I was tracing the last 50 years of the development, and I got so interested in it that I started adding augmented reality to my pieces and started to experiment with it as an art form. So I did it on street art buildings using ceramics. And I was in love with the magic of it and the look on people's faces when they saw 3D objects appearing. I did site-specific installations as well. Here's a really quick little video. So you could actually move around the three-dimensional dragon. This is a headset-based AR piece that installs art on top of art. This is sort of the Harry Potter effect, where you play a video and you let it run through an image. And these are sound interactive augmented reality pieces where the person makes a noise and the augmented reality changes based on the noises that they're making. So today I want to talk about the 5 biggest challenges, because I feel like sometimes you can learn from other people's mistakes almost as much as from looking at good stuff. And I want to give you don't have to be a programmer or anything to create augmented reality. you can just get a crew together and do it just like you would a movie. So I want to give you just a really quick sneak peek of what it takes to create. And then I'll go over a little bit about what's going on in AR with hardware and software. So the biggest challenge in creating this is coming up with a good idea. It should be where you put your most focus, your longest time. As we know, AR and VR is still cumbersome. You know, people are putting on a headset, it's fogging up, it's uncomfortable, or it's expensive, or they have to download something. So, I mean, you look at the patience in web, 40% of people abandon a web page if it doesn't load in 3 seconds. Okay, you look at 3D movies versus regular movies. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I typically just choose the regular movie over the 3D, and so do a lot of people. So just putting technology, just the technology itself is not enough anymore. We're moving out of demo mode into actual content, so you want to be careful about the idea. The second most important thing is coming up with a good idea. That's number one and number two. That's how important it is. You're to spend a lot of pain and a lot of effort creating it. And if your idea isn't strong, it's not going to be worth the effort. So how do you know it's worth the effort? One of the things is that you have to reserve time in your schedule to experiment. And that's one of the biggest mistake that people make, is they don't have time to see what works. You know, and a lot of people that I've talked to at these conferences don't install the apps. They don't do VR. I mean, they said in the last panel, the best way to learn about VR is watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. And that's so important.
We're going to be moving away from
Here's a
containment
little clip again
and onto
of just
information everywhere.
What some people are doing with it. Creative applications of augmented reality. Of course, architects, amazing. WordLens was bought by Google. You can install it on your phone for free with Google Translate. It will translate anything that you look at. IKEA Catalog has been using this for a long time. People can see what their furniture looks like. They can see how the drawers open up. It's a really cool thing. Lego shows kids what's inside the box, how it moves.
Magic Leap's technology is
Magic
reportedly built
Leap
around something called a dynamic
is not out
visualized
yet,
light field signal.
but you can kind of see they use light field technology. This is the desktop of the future. You know, everything's going to be voice activated. Everything's going to be with your hands and gestures. Forget about mouses. You're going to learn gestures that will control. You have as many screens as you want, etc. Yeah, this is the very, very near future. I mean, you can try on clothes without trying them on, and you'll have your body scan, you'll be able to go, and again, this is in shopping malls already today.
Yeah, it's
Try
like I'm right
different
there.
colors.
It's like in the bathroom.
Lowe's is using a
This is cool.
Holo Room where you can look
Oh.
at your
Oh,
bathroom
there you
before
go.
you actually have your
Just
new
not
bathroom
possible
made. And here's an application that
what you've just
sees
seen
different
is a vision of
structures
how
and
HoloLens
changes the way we
would
educate
enhance-
people in a deeper way. Something as simple as a cow or a hat that changes your face is a really fun thing. Often the most simple ideas are what is so interesting. This creating optical illusions is also really great. Here's a dragon coming out of a piece of art. Again, the trigger's just a piece of paper, so you can move it around and have three-dimensional objects come out. I'm gonna skip this section in interest of time. Well, I'll play a tiny clip because it's just so cool. So this is the HTC Vive, if you're not familiar with it. You can see how she's totally immersed in a fake world playing with a cute puppy, and that, you know, makes her even more immersed because she's looking and reacting to something that is interesting. Okay, so
all that green grass wasn't interesting enough on its own.
Okay, again, number 3, test the idea to see if it's a good idea. Here's the common pitfalls that I've seen. The experience is too long. The transition from your trigger to augmented reality isn't compelling. You know, you might have technical difficulties of the models being too big. The sound wasn't good. You know, so again, if you can have a prototyping software to kind of see where you're going, it's even better because you can see before you get all the programmers and the modelers together, you can see if it's working. Simplicity is stunning, illusions are good, the shorter experience and shareable things are really popular. The fourth challenge is getting someone to install an app on their phone or download an augmented reality app. It's hard to give them the instructions on how to do it. So that's another thing that you have to think about from the very beginning. And then you have to deal with all the people that didn't install the app. So that's another problem. We don't have time to actually play this, but you want to create a video of your experience so that people who didn't install the app, you can tell your story on your social media, on your website, etc.
You kind of have to tell how to do it at the beginning of them doing it.
Right,
Instructional.
right.
There's a learning curve that's incredible for all of
Right.
these.
So in the interest of time, we're going to skip through this and move on to the next speaker.
Okay. Well, when I say I like to refer to it sometimes as one world and many realities. And certainly Zach has shown us one area of it. Larry Rosenthal has seen the evolution from...
No picture.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get that.
Oh, I thought you were going to introduce everybody from the beginning.
I was, but we went so there, so I'm going to...
Maybe we should do that real quick.
Can you get back to where I was? I'm so sorry. No. We want your face there. That's part of the reasons why
No, it was all about interface.
I put all these together. Okay, here we go. This is Larry Rosenthal, founder, designer, director, producer of Cube 3. He's seen this evolution from the creative world to the corporate world through many, many perspectives, many angles, and through the interaction of interactive television, through transmedia storytelling, which was really all over digital Hollywood just 5 years ago. All these VR panels were about transmedia.
Last time I spoke. Yeah. Last time I spoke, 7 years ago.
Oh, yeah, well, even 7, maybe 5 too. And now 3D VR. He's always looking at that next new dimension in the creation of worlds and story worlds. So take it away, Larry.
Yeah, so I'm Larry Rosenthal, wearing the same shirt because everything is interface. Before they tell you its story, it's interface when you're dealing with these kind of mediums. To fill in a little bit, yeah, I've been doing this for 25 years or so. I'm trained as an industrial designer and a narrative filmmaker at the same time, being the child of Star Wars. So I literally got one of the first color Macintoshes in New York in the late 80s, and it had a beta of Swivel, which was Young Harville software for Jaron Lanier to prototype models so they could do things in VR, when he coined the term VR. So I was on a panel like this in 1992 when the first VR panel where Doom was shown for the first time on a laptop. Nobody thought it was VR because it was on a laptop. Mistake. And everybody else had expensive HMD equipment that everybody called VR, and Sega was going to save the day. Mistake. And Lawnmower Man was out, and that first all took place. So I've seen, technology media is a wave, and I've surfed many of them through virtual reality. Again, 3D design being my main interest. So
thank you, Larry.
First
Sorry
slide
that
up.
we were off of that.
Okay. So,
great.
So what I'd like to talk about quickly today is I took a big slideshow for an hour and took about 5 slides out about thoughts and ideas. But what I can look at the time today, which is VR, AR, 3D story worlds are converging. We're talking about transmedia, we're talking about narrative, we're talking about story, and 3D. 3D is a media. So in 2016, we're at a place where the media attention again for new products and tools that are coming out allow you to world build and design for what we call VR, AR, and 3D story worlds simultaneously. And this is that holy grail that a lot of people are thinking about here, from the mom and pop indie to, of course, Disney, who's really the icon of trying to do this now. Let's go next slide. So some quick comments. What is transmedia, world building, 3D story worlds? We're talking a little bit about definitions, buzzwords. We've got 30 years of that. But by now, I think most of us think about Star Wars, Marvel Universe, that means all Disney now, which it wasn't always, as the places, the things, the characters. The point is they all live and can be part of any medium or expression. That was the transmedia ultimate holy grail. So we know this, using real-time 3D media today, which literally could be that model of that dog that we saw in the video. I've got 25 years of those videos, on my website and projects. So, example, movies, games, TV, comics, VR experiences, AR and ARG is ultimate reality gaming. Pokemon is AR, ARG. Online, toys, novels, and books. Isn't that Star Wars? Isn't that the Marvel Universe? The bottom line is Stan Lee and Ditko drew Spider-Man and wrote a couple of bubbles for him 40 years ago. Today, somebody's going to take out Alias or Maya and model something for the first time, put it up on Sketch something or other, animate it, put it into goggles, and then you have the birth of a VR character like Spider-Man 40 years, 50 years later.
Oops. Here we go. This is
Just some thoughts, and here, the idea is to present the best idea or product experience in each media. So again, people say, what am I going to do with VR? Oh, we got a movie. I want my cat. VR is about character. It's about Mickey Mouse. I'll just tell you quickly, 25 years ago, when there was web VR for the first time, everybody was about characters and storytelling, and lots of agencies took SGI money and made dancing bunnies and dancing characters, and none of them most of you don't know anything about it today, because it's a medium, might not be the right medium. They have a perfectly good medium for cartoons called television. TV and film, spaces and objects tell a backstory. This is world building, 5D, Alex, who I haven't met. They set the tone of the world. They target the viewer, right? An aged world, right? Dungeons and Dragons. You know where you are when you see knives versus laser guns. Games. Games really are the balance of rules targeting a player. Fairness, action, reaction is paramount. If it's not fair, it's not really going to be a good game. VR, nonlinear spacers, objects work as an interface first. Interface is about usage, and they target the user. I'll get back to interface again. Next slide. Toys. Toys about play. Okay, is it a game? What is Lego? Is it a game? It's a toy. Sandbox. The biggest house on the hill now is not owned by a film guru. It's owned by a guy who made Minecraft. No narrative. Who's the star? You answer your question. Novels. Comics. Obviously, this is linear by nature. Obviously, the major IPs start as comic books or fairy tales that are driving these companies today. Of course, the 3D assets can be used. You can illustrate a comic in 3D. Do it, use Maya, make your characters, take those characters, move them into another media. You already have it. Obviously, interactive. AR comics. We got to see a little bit of what you were showing in your slideshow. And there are already AR comics out there. This is something I put together about a year ago, part of a presentation, almost 2015, says, next slide. Oh, sorry. Pyramid. It should be an illustration. There you go. Okay. People want to define things. What's VR? I look at VR as something right now, there's a hierarchy, right? It's about immersive media projects, and they struggle with these 3 different elements. Which one dominates your project will also have to describe your elevator pitch. Is it storytelling? Is it playing? Or is it experiencing? Experiencing is the walk in the woods. It's the 360 video in the national park. There ain't much play and there ain't much story. It's a narrative. Oh, the trees are dying. Well, I see them dying. It's a narrative, right? Playing, But one thing I'll mention quickly, everybody wants to talk about VR like filmmaking. Filmmaking is part of television, part of film. 70 years, 100 years of eye-ear media. Going back to a thing called Second Life, look at their logo. It's an eye and a hand. This is the main media of VR. Not these guys, not these guys. Don't believe me, I don't care. I'm joking, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come out that way.
Next one.
Yeah, some thoughts. Where I started and from the last slide. Everything is interface in VR or AR. This comes back to the simplest thing. What am I doing? Why am I here? From the minute you slip those things on to the instructions in AR, this is about an interface. What does interface mean? Interface is not the last thing that you hire some junior designer to put some words to hang over the picture. This is an interface, but in most computer graphics and VR, this is what people consider interface. No, interface is everything that you're going to encounter between the medium and the message and the viewer. What's the viewer? Let's stay here for a second. What's 3D interface communications add? I want to say immersion, more powerful than intellectual engagement. This is an emotion, not an empathy machine. First, third person, I'll let that one go. The age of the viewer, next slide. Again, 25 years ago, this term was coined either by me or another guy who was interested in, what was in CD-ROM, Greg Roach, hyperbole. Part viewer, part user. It's a hybrid experience must be resolved, right? This is immersive media, interface first. Laws of nature must be set and understood. Gravity, is there death? How much of a fourth wall is there? Again, who, what, and why? Realism versus abstraction. As an interface, function versus metaphor. Are those buildings in the distance? Are they shelter or a target to be blown up? How do I know? Are the other characters there to meet a bond to, empathy machine? Or are they there to be cannon fodder? How do I know? It starts with the first package or the first review. Think bigger than just the thing you're doing. Next slide, please. There we go. This here, which we're not going to go through completely because it would definitely get everybody crazy, is I was invited to Story Code, which some of you may know what that is. It's kind of, again, a relic of the transmedia bubble 3 years ago out of New York and LA and others in Miami. And I figured, how can I communicate to them, being the 3D guy where I'm coming from? So I actually had a slide before this, which was transmedia design codes. And what this is kind of almost like a choose-your-own-adventure diagram. Everything you need to know from coming up with a good idea to getting it on network TV is on the decision list here. It's the top, like what is the, what 3D virtual media? Is it story, is it play, is it experience? Is the interface first, third, or God view? Sims was a God view game. The style, realistic, abstract. Who are the inhabitants? The artifacts, the causality, the universe. Natural law, or am I making up laws? Because you got to train people. You go through something like this and you check off each thing on the idea, your big idea, and you'll find yourself with a 3D transmedia creation that works across all these platforms because you've answered the right questions before you even start your
That's
project.
an amazing grid right there. It's very cool. I want to move along here to Ascot. There we go, Ascot Smith. So we're going kind of clearly going right into next generation storytelling, although Larry's obviously somebody who skips from one generation to the next and on every level. So storytelling and production. Ascot is actually pretty firmly grounded in a visual arts background. Like me, he also went to an art school. He also has a background in public art, so that's kind of interesting, the whole interplay of public and private within this new storytelling world that we have. And really, I think we'll emphasize, he is also working with augmented or virtual reality cartooning and definitely multi-platform narratives.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've had the luxury to work on multiple VR and AR and ARG projects, including in-car entertainment projects, working at USC's Mobile and Environmental Media Lab. And I think one of the challenges that we encounter always in the beginning of any project is really like, how do we onboard a user into a new media? So really teaching the audience the new tech while attempting to express a story. If you want to go to the... Yeah. So, and just to provide, you can go to the next one. So just to provide some examples, so it developed what was called a Robot Talk Show, which is a late night talk show which utilizes an AR app to find hidden jokes within the show. And then additionally, we have an interactive cartoon that is an interactive cartoon but a hybrid visual novel and branching narrative game where you play as a detective and a telepathic cat to solve crimes together. And so my strategy for bringing people into kind of unique experiences is using humor and genre as a way to familiarize people with what they can expect out of the experience. So utilizing a late night show format or utilizing a detective procedural is a way to at least set up some anticipation for what they're going to get out of the experience. And additionally, I've found that as soon as someone like laughs at something that occurs within the story, like the technology essentially vanishes. That they just kind of go further in and they want to participate further. And using humor, I think, is like a really strong tool to basically disengage someone who is, just learning a new media. I guess we can continue to the next one.
Sort of a vanishing point that we're looking towards. Okay. Do you want me to keep going or?
Yeah, sure, I can keep going.
I didn't ask if you wanted to keep going. Do you want me to go to the next slide or stay on this one?
Yeah.
You have no choice. You're here.
I know. I'm on the panel.
The machine.
Right. So, so I just want to present an example of a project that is kind of moving from animated television into virtual reality. If you want to go ahead and go to the next slide.
Okay.
So if I don't know if you guys are familiar with the show Rick and Morty, which is a really sarcastic, postmodern kind of late night comedy show. Well, one of the co-creators created Squanch Tindo, which should kind of already tell you like the kind of content that they're making. And essentially, you know, they're not trying to replicate the storytelling that comes out of television in VR. They're just trying to take the kinds of experiences, the kinds of humor, and apply it within that format. So if you want to go ahead and go to the next.
Sure.
And so these are just some screenshots. Unfortunately, the trailer is not safe for work. But they just released it this week. It's called Accounting. You play as an accountant at a virtual reality firm that is doing really well, and they want you to continue doing your job as an accountant, which means going into virtual reality and playing through levels. And at each level, you basically have to find the next virtual reality headset to go kind of deeper, kind of a Inception-esque.
I mean, what could be more fun than pretending to be an accountant?
Yeah, so it's a dark, it's sarcastic and humorous, and I really feel like the humor kind of helps translate the experience and moves. It makes you kind of revel in the limitations that kind of early VR games might be kind of grappling with.
I just want to interject really quickly. 20-somewhat years ago, Dilbert VR was one of the major big projects being funded to be this kind of thing, but it had to be Dilbert sitting there on his typewriter, character-based. I won't give the names of who did it all again, but it shows you that in 20 years, the vision thing, how now they're doing this with it. Because this is what they should have did.
Yeah.
20 years ago. This is what I got thrown out of the room for suggesting.
Yeah.
To, you know, was you are Dilbert.
Yeah.
You don't watch Dilbert. That's
Yeah.
what I was saying about. And it's.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what they're doing. This is amazing to see this.
Yeah. No, it's great. Cool. I'm glad you knew
Is
it.
there an actual any kind of educational component to this, or is it pure fun?
I would say it's completely pure fun. Yeah, you're essentially getting yelled at your job to perform these tasks, and it's sort of like, you know, I'm trying to think of a way to express, but basically it's kind of making fun of you for not knowing how VR works, which I think a lot of people who are going into this are like, duh. But in a way, it's funny because of that experience. I can understand that there might be people who might not appreciate that sense of humor, but
No, there aren't.
it happens. They might not want to get yelled at by funny British-sounding people, but
Personally, I want someone to pay me to get yelled at.
That was the Monty Python.
Right, exactly.
Which was the best of the CD-ROM.
But I think it just really expresses the kind of formal qualities of VR within the kind of game space that's currently being developed in a really kind of postmodern and hilarious way.
Right. Well, it really illustrates that putting yourself in someone else's shoes aspect of VR.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I guess I just have one more point. So my background is as a filmmaker, but also as a game designer. And I think like one of the biggest challenges that I've encountered is really recognizing that the story cannot be the hierarchy as you're designing any interactive work. And it's really, the hierarchy is often shared with the game design and the story, and they both need to kind of essentially like reflect what the interactive experience is going to be. So often you might have like a great story, but with bad gameplay or kind of lacking interactions, but no one's ever going to get to that because people are just not going to be engaged. Like they're not going to experience the great prose that you've come up with if your interactions have not been thought through. And the same is kind of said too, is like, you know, you need the visual metaphor, you need the kind of narrative metaphors to facilitate the gameplay as well.
It'll be interesting when we get past gameplay, because you know, again, definitions of things. I mean, because games became the predominant media of interaction, of you know, and maybe that's going to be an interesting thing to see in like a digital Hollywood show where people, again, from a narrative world, are trying to define what they're trying to do. Like I say, sandboxes are play, not game.
Sure.
Games are, again, rules, but again, that's just been the popular, predominant, you know, thing that looks like a 3D cartoon media. Quake is game.
Right.
But VR will make it so much more.
Did Esko, were you want to talk
No,
about
I-
the slided dollar?
No, I'm okay.
Or the
I think we can move on. I think
Okay, element?
I've spent my time. No, yeah, check it out if people haven't seen it. It's beautiful.
There is actually a pretty incredible augmented reality sandbox. Speaking of sand play, that's literally as you move the sand around, and there's augmented reality images that change with the shifting sands.
Is that a location-based piece, or?
It's a projected, it's a projected thing.
yeah.
So it's projecting
pretty
augmented
incredible.
reality. So when you change the sand, it's projecting different images on the top based on the topography, how the water's falling, like all that. It's a very, very cool.
Okay, so even
Yeah.
virtual sand.
It's real sand, yeah.
It's real
With
sand, but with
projected
the
on top.
projected on it.
Totally
that you-
mixing, yeah, totally mixing reality.
Yeah. I don't
And
think
you
it's
don't
called
need a
mixed
headset,
reality.
which is great, because when you use AR projection, you eliminate this whole problem of having someone have to
Well,
install.
that's been the problem with VR, is having lines of people waiting. And
Yeah.
how do you show VR
No,
to 40
that's-
people?
That's why you need a
10 minutes?
VR arcades for that, and I'm waiting to have Tilt Brush without a headset myself. I want to move along now. I invited Shane Pace, who's Dr. Shane Pace. He was was actually my instructor. I'm working on a master's degree in media psychology at Fielding Graduate Institute, and Shane was my instructor in immersive media and social change. So now we're talking about the ways that the language is changing, production, forms of production are changing, the story world is changing. We're seeing a lot of the same thoughts throughout that in terms of our adherence to real story, good story content, to characters, point of view and audience. What's happening in our world actually? Are there actual cognitive changes that are happening while we're using this equipment? Are there ways that people are engaging and remembering their own stories differently by these experiences? I'm going to let Shane address that and more and tell us a little bit more about his background.
Okay, so yeah, if you want to do Tilt Brush, you can, without the headset, there's a red pill.
There's a what?
A red pill.
A red pill.
The colors.
And Google has the blue pill.
And Google has the blue pill.
Facebook's the red pill, Google's the...
There you go.
I think that's what the candidates both took before the last debate.
So hi everybody, I'm Dr. Shane Pace. I'm a media and technology psychologist. I'm a founding consulting partner at Reality Science. I'm now the director of client relations there. It's a think tank and a consulting firm. We help media and technology firms of all sizes improve content, measure experiences, and understand the psychology of human engagement with their media. I'm also the director of technology at the LOT Project, and we create augmented reality applications and experiences that tell stories and that have a lasting social impact. So what's a scientist doing on a panel about the aesthetics and language of VR? I am an AR and VR junkie. I love the space. But I'm here to talk about the problems that exist when we talk about the language. When we go back to traditional media, we know the language, right? It's there, it's in stone. There are many, 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 many experts for almost 100 years in the language of traditional media. And you don't even have to be an expert. You can look to those experts and figure out how to do traditional media. But when it comes to AR and VR, there's really not a language, in my argument, that we have that's set in stone. There are pieces of it that we're starting to put in place now, but we really don't have that language yet. How many are content creators? I think there's quite a few of you. So I assume, like all of us in content creation in one form or another, you find it challenging to make quality content. How do we make this stuff? Well, let's talk a little bit about that today. First and foremost, though, one of the things that I've seen here at Digital Hollywood and just about every other VR, AR, mixed reality, new technology media panels and presentations I go to, is the terms that we use are being very loosely thrown around. How many people have heard everything here at Digital Hollywood being called VR? Every single panel.
Just
Whether it's
about,
content
almost,
creators,
yeah.
whether it's executives at studios, whether it's coders and developers, everything is VR. Stop it. It is not. VR is VR. VR is very specific, right? True VR is an experience where you are embedded into a virtual world where you are the actor, you are the character, you move around that environment, you interact with that environment, you create the story, you create the narrative, and you have an impact on that story. 360 video is 360 video. It is not VR. But why is that important? But it's not a big deal. We can call it whatever we want. No, you can't, because when you start mixing those terms and you start throwing them around loosely, the language that we're desperately needing to create the great content goes out the window. So if we're creating content for a studio because some executive somewhere says, oh, call that guy, he knows how to do VR. And they call you up and they say, here's $1 million, go make me VR for this children's program. You're like, okay. And you get all the details you think you need, and you go and you create it, and then you turn around and you deliver it to them. They go, what the hell is that? We don't have one of those headset thingies, and how are we going to do this? No, we just wanted a thing on the phone that you could do like this. And as lame as that story sounds, it happened to somebody I know. And it was a big studio that does kids' productions, so we won't go any deeper than that. But that's what they wanted. They wanted a simple thing that they held their phone up and did, landscape VR. But they didn't like what they got, which was made for Oculus and Rift, or the Rift and the Vive. So using that language, it's really, really important that we use the correct terms, because when you don't use the correct terms, it takes away from the power of the other. 360 video, I don't personally dig it, but it's got some great spaces. And there are some good things that are being done in it. But if you call that VR, that takes away from what VR is. And if you call VR 360, you're taking away the power of what VR is. So you need to use those terms, and we need to establish those terms as an industry and use them as a standard. I was talking with my colleague, the soon-to-be Dr. Tanisha Singleton, brilliant mind and one of our partners at the consulting firm, Reality Science. And she was talking about the amount of times this week she heard the term experience thrown around. And how shocking it was that every single person seemed to have a different understanding of what the word experience meant. Well, experience has a very, very fine definition. You can look it up. But everybody uses it in a different way. Again, this is doing disservice. As a media psychologist, it drives me crazy because as a scientist, everything is set in stone, right? We're very rigid thinkers. It's this, and this. When you start adding variables, it changes things. But when I hear things like immersion and presence and perception being thrown around in various ways, it drives me nuts because everybody means it in a different way. But for me as a scientist, they have to mean the same thing. And so as content creators, if you really, really, really want to make an impact, if you really want to do a great job, first, use the terms properly. Know what perception is. Know what immersion is. Know what presence is. Some of those things we can measure, some of them we can't, some of them we're learning how to measure. But learn what those terms exactly mean. Because if you can do that, then you can sell the crap out of what you're doing to studio executives, because you can walk in and they say, oh yeah, we know about that presence thing. You go, no, you don't.
Well,
You don't know. And when you do tell them what it actually is, then they get very excited about it.
That's true.
So,
I think when you're talking about experience, you've got to listen to Jimmy and roll over and let Jimmy take over.
yeah, right. So, for me as a media psychologist and as a content creator, it is truly all about the story. And Larry and I were having a conversation outside earlier. He brought up a really good point. When we talk about some of these newer technologies, it's really not about story anymore. It's about narrative, because that narrative can be interactive. It can change as we start to engage with that technology.
It's about depth.
Yes.
Layers of the story of something. Shakespeare's story has, there's depth to each character. That's why, Romeo and Juliet as a story, iconic.
Right.
But the narrative is quite simple. Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy. And Star Wars, these are narratives, and frankly, all our movies are just narratives today because they came from 16-page comic books.
So are we thinking of story as having a traditional way of being very linear, beginning, middle, end, as opposed to the narratives?
Well, yeah, I was also going to say, it's also what he was saying about it's just as much about the user experience and the interface as it is the story.
Right.
Because I've done augmented reality t-shirts where stuff's coming out, whatever, and I tried to tell a story that was too long, and people were like, oh, this is too long. Like, they wanted to see the illusion of something coming out. They wanted the physical, that user experience more than the story. So you have to realize that story could be secondary, or at least, as he mentioned, on par with the actual experience.
I mean,
so,
we're trying to create artifacts, and this is an industry trying on the conference too. I mean, see, industry wants product.
Absolutely.
We're looking
They
at
want
artifact.
product and
they
profit.
Don't care how they get it or what it is, and they
Right.
only want it when the other guy has it.
Right.
And so, 20 years ago this summer, I came here and put out a thing of all this through AOL, and they just, when they couldn't figure out what to do with it yet, I went to Sony, and it was like, the first question I said when I had this, you know, massively multiplayer online science fiction world where you're the star, in other words, Halo or anything like this in 1996, who's attached to it and who's the star, who's attached to it, and who's the main character? And when I said you,
Still a lot of that.
they didn't know what I was talking about. There was a complete disconnect, you know, between me and everybody else in the room, because I said it's Brad Pitt. I mean, you know, it's Leonardo playing the guy who dies on the boat. And I said, well, no, you're going to die on the boat at the end.
I think we've got two sides of the same coin a little bit of
But that was
the
a taxonomy issue in the
chimera.
industry.
Yeah,
You know,
but-
and that's what I agree about taxonomy. You know, but they, you know, and my only point would be, that's for an industry who creates that when there is an industry, and there's no industry in VR.
Not yet, and that's just it. It's chaos theory out here. It's the Wild West.
It's been this, and that's what technology drives creatives and artifacts.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
my opinion, 30 years of it.
Yeah, well, and we're reaching
It only
that
once in a
30-year
while
point.
breaks out. Games and entertainment broke out, as we said, outside. I mean, it took 15 years to that one weekend when the top game outgrows the top movie that this conference changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we've seen throughout all of these different technological advances that, yes, if you have a good story, but the means of presenting it, the gameplay or whatever fails at it, you lose the value of that good story. Likewise, if you've got all the gadgets going, it's nothing but a tinker toy. It doesn't go any further
tool for the
in a
right
real
job.
story. What I want to know here, and I think actually Ascot, we talked about this before, was how is this changing? Now, a lot of what's happening with virtual reality is that we're still working from the outside looking in terms of the tools as creators. What happens now, the tools are changing so that you can actually build this story world, this environment from within the application. You want to start first, Ascot, and then?
Sure. Yeah, I think that one of the biggest challenges, at least anybody who's just like starting out and trying to make their own VR or AR content, is that you're just guessing. And you're doing a lot of like just trial and error. You're positioning things, and then you're going to put your headset on. And that back and forth is just like very time consuming. So there are new tools that are coming out which allow you to actually build, 3D environments, lighting effects, all sorts of things, like while you're wearing the device. And I believe that this is going to allow people not only just to like practically speed up the production process, but kind of build a better intuitive understanding of what their audience is going to experience. And I think that's the kind of most important element is, you don't have to build an entire experience and then find out like everyone just loves staring at the corner up on the roof somewhere just because it just was shiny and you didn't think about it because all your time's been spent on making, I don't know, this hallway look cool. So if you're building these things like within the environment, then that's something that's going to be, you're going to notice that like immediately.
So I want to follow up really quickly because I've been holding my tongue about tools and panels for a week, and since I'm at least on this one, I'll say it. And this again is something, a 25-year vision thing, or playing devil's advocate to an entire industry. The reason Second Life became the only virtual reality kind of world that maybe anybody knows about in this room is because it was the first one to have the tool and the distribution platform together so that anybody could throw a couple of cubes in the world, the way that Minecraft does if you play games. But in terms of a sandbox virtual world, all the others before that relied on you to build stuff in Maya, Max, or Stratavision, whatever the other tool was of the day, and they all died. But because Second Life allowed that merging, and actually it was Caligari, Microsoft bought and killed, and an old Roman Normandy who was doing that before that, because I'll tell you all about it if you want to know. But tools, you've all heard if you're not paying for it, you're the product. Well, if you're a creator and you don't own your tool, you are the tool. And this is, I'll just say right now, 25 years ago, the CD-ROM revolution hit, and it's exactly this revolution repeated. But when Myst was made, there were over 50 tools you could make it in that you could own. And make Myst and put it out there and own your product. There's almost no tool sets being developed in VR and 3D real-time media today and 360 video that when push comes to shove, you control the fate of your work. And
Zenka, maybe?
And you guys can think about that.
Yeah.
That's all
I was
I'm
thinking
gonna
maybe
say.
Zenka might add that. No, it's a really great point, especially being an independent artist and working within so many different
Yeah, I mean,
fields too.
I want to encourage all you guys to start experimenting and using the tools, because there are a lot of tools. They are like owned by a company that let you log in, create an augmented reality experience. There's Layer, Blipper,
Aurasma.
Yeah, Augment,
Aurasma's
Aurasma. So those are things that you can go today, try it out, test it out. Does it look good? Use it for prototyping, all that. And it's available to you today.
Cautionary tale is that 2 years ago I had, I was showing augmented reality to Pepperidge Farm with some fish swimming around. There's all the CEOs and corporate people in a room, and I was using Augment, so it worked. But of course, if I'd gotten the gig, we would use Mateo. But 3 months later, Apple bought it, and everybody who used Mateo for commercial AR projects at the same quality that you're showing to me, they're not here today. They're not even able to answer the Pokemon call of 2 years later.
Wow.
So I make a cautionary tale. And Augment has started sending me emails again, telling me they're around. I hadn't heard from them in 2 years.
But yeah, I mean, on the other side, if you can't update your software for every cell phone that comes out and things like that, your stuff will be lost. It can be bought out, it can be lost. If you're in control of it, that's great, because you don't have to depend on what he's saying.
Well, this is the story
but you also
of all
don't have to
real-time
update
3D
it.
media for 20 years, is that at my website, you will see still pictures of all the videos, because there's no video on the internet over 20 years, of all these projects. But you can't immerse yourself in that. You can't see them on the screens as they were really meant to be, because all the engines are gone, all the players are dead. And, this is about a legacy of medium. I mean, television, you could still get a VHS of I Love Lucy and see it 60 years later.
Pretty amazing.
So-
I'd like to let us immerse it just a little bit before we go. We'll have some time for questions, but I'd love to show, mainly because I want to see this updated piece. So you're all under my control for this. But Shane, would you like to intro this a little bit, or have me?
Yeah.
do it
So
first?
one
Okay.
of the things we have created at the Lot Project is we try to make experiences in AR that have a lasting social impact. Call it CSR, if you will, but we want to do things that actually make a difference in the world. A few years ago, we were at the Vietnam Memorial with my son, who was 10 years old, and my wife and I, of course, were in tears walking around. It's a very powerful, moving experience if you know what it is. But my son, who was 10 at the time, said, "Wow, all these people are dead." I said, "Yeah." He said, "They died in a war?" He said, "Yeah." Sad. That's all it meant to him. And we realized that we were missing a huge opportunity to tell stories about people who are gone. Because once you're gone and you don't have anybody to tell your story, you're done. That's it. Unless you've been, unless you have your story somewhere, that's it. The only people who remember you are your family. So we created the Vietnam Memorial application. It's an AR application in which, you can go ahead and start it, in which people can, families of those on the wall can actually drag and drop content, video, stills, and story about their loved one on the wall into our app, and then the app creates an automatically edited video that they choose the music for. And when you go to the wall, you know which names are hot. These names are geotagged, image recognition, and they're also character recognition as well. And so it launches an experience
Can you do the sound from back there?
that tells the story. There's no sound yet.
Oh, there's no sound there.
Yeah.
Okay, no wonder.
There'll be sound in just as soon as we're done here when we get that.
Yeah.
So this is just a demo. It's not the live app.
This is definitely, we were talking about artists being scientists, scientists being artists. You wondered why you were on the panel, Shane. This is truly art.
This is great.
So Michael Tennis was my colleague and business partner's father. See, the app notices the name, it highlights, you click it, and it launches a story.
Can people add narratives from the web or something to it? I mean, their own story?
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Multiple types of templates.
And the app has it all on it, so anyone with a phone can add it and know that it's up there in Washington with a few clicks.
Yep.
Big no.
Yeah.
There's no story, but there's a story.
A lot of stories.
That's the point. that kind of use of it in VR, which is just, you know, way beyond just getting some character or money.
Yeah, there's a lot. Unfortunately, the things that do drive the field are going to be FPS, first-person shooter, and
Well, I
pornography.
think that will change. You know, again, when the PC launched, if it had just been spreadsheets, I mean, that's the difference between 30 years in the Mac and today.
So we are able to utilize the tenets and theories from psychology that we know from the physical world, and we're able to apply them to the digital world. We can manipulate the content, we can manipulate the outcomes, and we can measure all this in real time. So everything from biometric measures to EEGs to surveys after the fact, we can tell what a person is feeling about the experiences. Ultimately, in the next couple of years, we should be able to create content that is changeable on the fly based on those metrics, and tailor it specifically to that person's needs and interests at that moment.
So we're talking about data-driven storytelling.
Data-driven storytelling. So
well.
why is it important that you understand the psychology behind what you're doing? Because if you don't, you run the risk of not understanding your client, your consumer, your user. But when you understand them and you understand their wants and needs, you create an experience that they might really enjoy and they might just talk about and share with their friends. But if you create a horrible experience, I guarantee you they're going to talk about it and share it with their friends, and you run the risk of damaging your brand.
Right.
So that's what a media psychologist does, is we help you come in and figure out what's the best ways to go about this emerging marketplace and the immersive experience.
We used to call it the digital content workshop at AFI, we called it the why bother plan. So why constantly? Why does your audience, your user want to bother? What makes you bother to do this deep down? I'd like to take some questions if you want to say something quick, and then.
I was just going to say, two things: ROI, ROE, return on investment, and then there's return on either experience or entertainment. Those are the two balances that really kind of answer the question of when someone's going to give you $1 to do this thing.
Yeah.
And that might be this should be the killer app, not the, I mean, when the PC revolution created the digital revolution 30 years ago, games were not driving it.
Right.
And it took 15 years, 20 years before games began to drive, before Razer would buy THX today.
Right.
And
No
I
thanks to
don't know
Sega.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if it has to be a game that drives AR.
Oh, no, I don't think it will. I think
And I don't think it will either.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing from companies like Daiquiri that gaming is not necessary to drive AR.
I mean, Daiquiri, there are only two interesting hats that I've seen about VR or AR. One is Daiquiri because it's a hard hat, and the second one is the guy with the baseball cap sitting here.
There you go.
All right. Any questions from the audience for panelists while we go? There's one right here, first one, and then the second one here. Yes, yes.
Please, Shane. Yeah. A lot of it can be found in psych textbooks. Like, if you want to know what perception is, I can hand you a cognitive psych book, and it'll tell you exactly what perception is. So these are generic terms. These are not broad-based terms, but they get bantered around in broad-based ways. And that's, as a scientist, it drives me crazy. But when we talk about content creation, we talk about new technology. When we don't have solidified terms, when we're all using them in a different way, we run the risk of having people not know what the hell any of us are talking about. And of course, we're in the Wild West days of AR and VR, right? We're all using different SDKs. We're all using different hardware. We're all using different cameras. And we're all trying to come up with the best products. But until we start to unify all these things, we're not going to have the best practices being put forward all the time. And it's going to create confusion in the marketplace, and in my opinion, confusion for the end user. And, well, shit, for the content creators too. Yeah.
All the way around. There's one over here, and then another one. Yes.
I had the same question, but
Yeah.
I came up with a new.
Please. I hope I can answer it.
The purpose is just to take assignments, or do you sometimes make up something for problems?
That's a good question. So do we solve problems on our own? Yes. That's what research is all about as a scientist. But then, yes, our other side of the true money making is in the consulting field, when we have large firms, from production companies to telecom firms, that are dumping multi-millions of dollars into the AR and VR space. And they come to us and say, we screwed up, and we don't know how to fix it. And we say, okay, what'd you do? And we're like, wow, yeah, you did. Yeah, let us help you with this. And so we can use the basics that we all already know, but for some reason get lost. And then we can get into the much deeper psychological theory, but it goes beyond just the theories of in-group, out-group, and social experiences. When we get into the actual cognitive sciences, to help them understand their user experiences, the interactions, things like that.
Thank you. Yes, right here.
Have you studied the differences in other cultures and countries? Because I've gone to a lot of English-speaking countries, and it's a completely different experience.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, at Reality Science right now, we're working with a German-based company that's creating a virtual reality experience in multiple different types of venues. And one of the biggest challenges for us as scientists is going in and dealing with a totally different culture and a totally different language, and us understanding that certain experiences that we would have here in the States is a very different experience than they have there. Now, there's still a lot of overlap, but we have to learn a whole new cultural experience. And so that's something else to keep in mind.
I also am very interested in how cross-cultural differences, language barriers might get smashed as we start incorporating gesture and imagery and things that are not so language dependent. It's still going to be culturally dependent because we have cultural images, cultural dreams even, that we'll have to address. But I think we'll have less of a restrictiveness from text and alphabet-based systems. Yes.
Follow up, just, we're entering again the next computing platform, the 3D computing platform, about objects and places instead of pictures and pages. And I will say, you say, how does that change the world? How do we change to the world, or or the world change to us? Well, the whole idea of icons on interfaces, on software, really came because all languages have different size words. And it was easier for game companies or for any company to make one little 64 by 64 pixel square and put a paintbrush on it for draw than to write the word draw in 5 different languages. And it was cheaper because of localization costs. So the biggies like EA and other. So we've created a world of emoji cons over 25 years. So, I actually called it the Esperanto for Gen X. Instead of Esperanto, which was a so-called universal language push in the 60s and the 50s.
There is a board that oversees emojis, though, and there's a great Steve Colbert piece on it. If nobody's seen it, Google it.
We all know the controversy of how long it took for a brown emoji to show up on Apple's interface. But all of that is a visual, we talk about a little outside, a visual language, So in other words, tech wags the civic world, or this, dog-tailed wagging each other. So just the 2D interface changed. We didn't get a chance. The tech world changed us. We have another chance again. That's why I'm in this after 25 years still, and I'm back, because this is a chance for us to throw all this stuff out again, just like Jobs killed Flash and he killed everybody's moneymaker on the PC. He gave us this. He made everybody do this for 99 cents. And now we're going to throw it out again and do it with this.
I can't almost do anything without quoting McLuhan at least once. So first we build the tools, then they build us.
You get an F in my class for that.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you get an F in my class for that. You know that.
Oh, no, I got better than that in your class.
So that's the irony.
Yes. I know how, I'm an engineer and we get picky about words or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm also the engineer who just wants to use the word in the most creative sort of way.
Right.
So I go both ways.
We just had a workshop at Northridge. It was the 3rd year in a row that they did it. First 2 years, it was an art of innovation that brought together the School of Business, the School of Engineering, and this time, the 3rd time, they invited the cinema TV department, which I was part of through multimedia. Visual arts wasn't there, which I said really has to be there. The designers, engineers, and business together, because it really is interwoven, and those problems need to be solved creatively together. Engineers are some of the most creative people I've ever met.
Absolutely.
I was just going to say, one of the most important questions you guys can be asking all the other people when you go to these conferences is, what experiences have you seen that you liked? What things have you downloaded that you liked? It reminded me the humor that you were talking about. There's an HTC Vive demo where you're in a space room and it's telling you how to perform your job in VR, and you don't know how to move in it, and so you're banging things and you're opening the door, and they say, "Oh, you just killed an entire civilization." You're like, "Oh no," and you're laughing, and then they say you're fired and you have to go. They open up the floor. So yeah, humor is a really great thing, and it's been copied and other experiments that people have hitched on that have worked are your sort of roadmap to what places to explore.
I think the part of it is the physicality of it, and we're also stern and earnest about developing this new technology. We're not really playing with it per se, but Ed Button in the earlier panel mentioned, well, maybe Shakespeare, and that made me think Italian Commedia dell'arte. If you look at that, the comedy takes place in a physical space, moving around. The way actors are now they're seen by the audience all the time. There's no cutaways. Forget B-roll.
Shakespeare in the Holodeck.
We need that. Yeah, that's it. Both sides of the jungle. Anyway, any more questions from the group? We've had a great, yeah.
Right now, I'm working on a game, hopefully for Sony PlayStation. And I was working on it, and I realized, okay, I'm telling the engineers I want this, and we're the creative, we're doing this, but we need to design the look and everything. So the engineers, I know that there's one person who does some designing. So what I want to hear is how many different groups work on a game in case I'm missing something.
So there's a million different I mean, there's probably an infinite variation of how many different people well, I don't know, that's probably not true. But it really depends on the kind of game that you're trying to make. So if you're doing something in VR, like you're obviously going to need an engineer, hopefully a designer, but you're probably also going to need an art director. And that person is going to be really vital in helping the player navigate through the space, or pretend to navigate through the space. So I would say that, yeah, you really need especially in VR, I think you need it's very important to have an art director who has a technical sense for how to execute, but also like a really strong sense of kind of like space and level design.
You're better off with an architect, or an interior designer, or a set designer, than a graphic designer who made logos and album covers.
Right. So
I produced and creative directed lots of games, so I hear you.
Yeah.
No, games are the most, I mean, the reason that games even now cost more than films is because they've become the most complex media form, and that's why they're talking about $1 million a minute now for VR, because VR is going to be the most expensive for truly immersive 3D. In other words, but for using a 3D engine like Unreal and creating a PlayStation game, the Star Wars PlayStation game that we all want, that will come out, or is being done now, ideally will be much more expensive than the next J.J. Abrams movie. Because you've got 360 degrees of real reality around it. Now, how much they spend on the marketing is a whole other issue, and how they expect to get the money back from China is a whole other issue. But in terms of the below the line and above the line costs, right? This can be expensive. And I mean,
production value is
600
important,
million
though.
Being bandied around about these games pretty quickly.
You could also make great experiences for no money with small crews
Well, that's
as
the
well.
whole point.
And
Very
that's because nobody knows what works,
Web
even the big
VR.
companies. So,
Yeah, follow what Web VR is coming out of Google Daydream, which was X3D and Vermal and other things before. These are going to, even as much as they want to open source a lot of these engines, this will also not allow Unity to be bought by Adobe and to all of a sudden kill your distribution.
Even with the smallest budgets, though, production value is an eye for that, and that includes typography. Good photography. Good sound is incredibly important. Sound is more than 50% of any audio visual.
Absolutely.
It's really important. Yes, art. Our audio person is named Art, fittingly enough. There's an incredible piece that I saw recently at a workshop, a conference on chronic pain and virtual reality. It was done by a couple in the Netherlands, shot beautifully underwater. of dolphins. It had passion and purpose, though. It was using virtual reality to work with kids who had autism or ADHD. It's grounded in a therapy that already exists, using animal and equine therapy, but beautifully shot so that you got the impression that you were swimming with dolphins. They are also having goggles made from recycled plastic material from the ocean. So you can put those on and literally go in your backyard pool and swim with dolphins and have this experience. I'm ready for that, although I know they have to have sensors on because I already bang into the concrete when I'm swimming. But yeah. Huh? Well, they will be. Oh, yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, but it's actually also that they're using material from the ocean. But yeah, if you're going to go underwater and swim
There is one
and see this.
waterproof HMD that I've seen. out
Have you
there.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sure that's
There's a
close
press release
enough.
flying around. Google it, you'll find it. They'll find you.
Something will be around there. I mentioned in another panel, I have a pair of Swim P3s that use the bones in your skull conductivity to hear audio. It's an amazing experience because you feel it
Inductive audio.
for your
About
body.
bone
Huh?
phoning.
What?
It's called inductive audio.
Inductive, right, exactly.
Yeah.
See, that's why we have a
1940s
scientist here.
forward.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Right here in the front.
Because it's so interdisciplinary, what's going on in VR and augmented reality, I'm wondering what sources you guys use and recommend to keep up on developments in the field.
Excellent
Voices
question.
of VR.
Which?
Yes.
Voices of VR podcast.
Yeah.
Unbelievable amount of information.
Yeah, I'm someone who's been tied into keeping up on pieces of data for 25 years. Right now, Upload VR, VR Scout. We got a Twitter account. You put a VR at the end.
Road
of it.
to
Everyone
VR.
will follow you.
VRLA conferences
VRLA
here and in Orange
conference
County.
we do.
Yeah.
I think the uppest on the press release stuff will be VR Scout and Upload VR.
Mm-hmm.
And Road to VR. Those are the
Yeah.
three
Yeah.
big websites that are dedicated
Are
to
there
the.
any journals yet devoted to it?
If there are, I'll write the first articles and they'll end up getting, they won't end up publishing. That's what, actually, I have an article in VR that I re-bring out every 7 years that should have been published in 1996, but they never get out into print. It's all digital today. Who needs paper?
Yeah, I think that.
I mean,
Yeah, and I think to your question, I feel like it's right now being kind of divvied up based on like what kind of content it is. So there's a lot of kind of independent film websites that are covering like VR filmmaking, and there's a lot of game
Which are
sites.
the best ones in the film area you find?
God, what is his name? Yeah, I guess I bookmarked them for a reason, so I don't
I was
have
going
to
to say
remember. But
the
I could look it
UX
up. on my
people are
phone
also
after.
getting in on it now, like IEEE and those, all the user interface.
Oh, yeah. Go to those. Zgraph. Anybody goes to Zgraph, you'll see
just there
wonderful
again.
examples there, especially of
ACM,
visual.
ACM, yeah.
Yeah, that's ACM Zgraph.
Yeah.
But I would highly recommend Voices of VR
Yeah.
because he's interviewed
Yeah. The best.
everybody in the industry that's important on every subject. And if you're interested in sound or whatever, you'll listen to 10 different episodes of very current,
Right.
up-to-date information.
And you will, like we've seen at the Buzzword here, almost everything, TechCrunch, all of these places have articles on it. You can't stop. If you do a Google alert, your
Literally.
inbox will go crazy. But these are some of the premier places to
Create a
get it
Twitter
narrowed
account
down.
with the VR in the name, and they come to you.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do an up and running model without all this money?
A prototype. There's plenty of those.
Well, yeah, I mean, AR stuff definitely, with the tools she's talking, Augment.
Unity.
and
Yeah.
Unity. Unity.
You
and
can find a
Web
Unity
VR.
designer anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the level of HMD that you can afford at the time, or the level, in terms of display. I mean, one of the real problems right now is that the investment it takes to get you can't make art unless you know what the final distribution platform is. It gets very difficult to make editing decisions if you don't know if it's going to be on a screen or on a piece of paper, or, and if
Right.
you can't see it, how do you edit it? And if that requires you to have a Samsung VR, VR for $100 plus a $600 phone or whatever that license is, or an $800 Oculus or Vive, I mean, most people have asked those guys for stuff.
Yeah, that's your first development question. What platform is this going through? Is it
Right.
going on a phone, a mobile, or is it going to go on a Oculus? Is it going to go on a Vive? What is it going
Be
on?
square,
And then-
rectangular.
Because if you can't get that platform to actually be part of your production, your design process, it's like, never being able to see anything.
And
I think we're going to close, one last comment.
Oh,
from
I was
our
just
Scott,
going to
and then-
follow up and
These
just
guys,
say-
thank you for staying so long.
Yeah, if you're working on essentially no budget, then yeah, Unity is a free platform you can use. There's an asset store where you can get tons of free assets. You could buy assets, and you can just start experimenting with your mobile device. It's definitely a completely different experience from your mobile device to kind of room location tracking platform like the Vive, but it's a way to just kind of start understanding the constraints that are part of the medium.
See if your idea is good.
Yeah, to start testing.
Yeah.
It's the experimental phase, and that's why I said before about tools. You have to understand, to be any kind of, you have to master you'll have to have the ability to be able to master your tools. And that's something that people have to understand.
You can go to 48-hour hackathon too and be a
Yeah.
game designer and have developers working on your piece for all weekend long and see where you got with it and learn a lot.
Yeah, do some game jams.
That's the way to see these. Yeah, those definitely are the ways to get to see the equipment. Because that if you can't afford an $800 Vive, those events are the best ways to get to play with them.
Thank you, everyone,
Thank
for
you, everyone.
sticking
Thank you.
around. Have a good Friday.
And we're out of here.